Hi everyone, and welcome to yet another Flask tutorial. In this video, we're going to be building a same pizza delivery project that we built with Fast API as well as January's framework. So feel free to follow along in this video. We're going to be building this project from scratch, and we're going to be looking at the various concepts that are involved with building a REST API with Flask. We're going to be making use of some third-party extensions that we can plug into our Flask application so as to come up with a full Flask API project. So let's get started. So the first thing I'm going to do is to open up our folder in VS Code. So right now I've navigated to the folder in which I'm going to be creating our project. So I'm using Bash terminal. This is Windows Start System for Linux. I'm on Windows, so feel free to follow along. If you're using CMD or PowerShell, commands may be similar, and I'll try as much as I can to explain the difference. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create a folder. So I'm going to create a folder with make-dar, and then I'll call my folder the Flask Pizza API. So I'm going to just call it the Flask Pizza API. So I'll cd into that Pizza API. So I'll say Pizza, then I'll call this API. And once I do this, then I'll open up Visual Code with code. So this is basically going to open up Visual Studio Code within that folder. We're going to open up our code within that folder. Right now, our code has been opened up within this folder. So we now have our folder within our VS Code. So right after doing that, then the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and create a virtual environment. So the virtual environment is going to enable us to keep the dependencies for our project. So that will work with a Python environment that is only for our project. So we need to do that with Python. So I'm using Python 3 since I'm on Linux. So I'm going to say Python 3. So feel free to use Python if you're on Windows. So I'm going to say Python 3 -m, and env. So this is basically calling the venv command or the venv module as a command, and then specifying that our virtual environment is going to be within the folder called env. So I'm going to press enter, and this is going to go ahead and create our virtual environment within our project folder. So right after doing this, the next thing is going to be to activate our virtual environment as well as to basically go ahead and install our project dependencies. So we've done with creating our virtual environment. Now the next thing is going to be to activate our virtual environment. So we need to activate our virtual environment with source, and then this is going to be env. So I'm going to go to the bin folder, and then I activate script. So this is going to activate our virtual environment just like we see here. So this is going to say env. So if you're on something like Windows, you would have something like env bin and then activate. You then call this command with source, and then it should also go ahead and activate your virtual environment. So the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and install Flask. So I'm going to head over to the terminal and say pip install Flask, and this is going to go ahead and install Flask. So if I go to our Visual Studio Code, we've already created our virtual environment right here. So in the terminal is where I've activated it, and now I'm installing Flask. So Flask has been installed. Now I'm going to go ahead and check if Flask is installed. So I'm going to pip list, and this is going to go ahead and show that our dependencies have been installed. I'm going to create a requirements.txt file that's going to allow us to keep track of our project dependencies. So I'll do that with pip freeze, and then I'll specify that we want the results of this command to be written within our requirements.txt file. So I'm going to say requirements.txt, and that is going to go ahead and create our requirements.txt file as well as to write our dependencies in there. So if I go back to our VS Code right here, so I'm going to close this. So when I go to the requirements, we now see Flask has been installed within the project as well as its dependencies. So now the next thing is going to be setting up our project. So I'm going to close our requirements.txt file, and the first thing I'm going to do is to create our API folder. So I'm going to create a folder right here, and then this folder is going to be, sorry for this, I'm going to call this folder the API folder. So it's going to be the API folder, and then within here I'm going to create the danda init.py file that's going to show that this is going to be a package or a collection of modules. So I'm just going to write this as init.py. I think I made a mistake in the naming, so let me rename this. So this is going to be danda init. So within here I'm going to go ahead and create what we call an application factory. So an application factory is just going to help us to create multiple instances of our application as in the context of what we may want to use the application for. So I'm going to create a function that I'm going to call the create app function, which is going to basically help us to return our application, and that we shall create an instance for it. Then we'll be able to carry out whatever configurations you may want. So I'm just going to import our Flask. So I'm going to say from Flask, I'm going to import Flask, which is the class, and then I'll create a function which I'm going to call the create app function. So for now, we're going to leave it without any parameters, and then I'm going to go ahead and create the Flask instance within our create app function. Now specify the import name, which is going to be our dunder name variable, and then I'll go ahead and basically return just this app instance. So just like that, we've been able to set up our Flask server. So to run our Flask server, what I'm going to do is to go to the terminal. So I'm going to basically clear my terminal with Control and L. So I'm going to Control L. And after controlling and L, then I'll have to show Flask that this is going to be our application. So basically what I'm going to do is to tell Flask that our API package or our API folder is containing our Flask code. So I'm going to export, I'm going to say export Flask app, as in this case it's going to be our API folder. So it's going to set the environment variable of the API folder as our Flask app. And to verify if our environment variable has been set, we can do something like echo, then I'll say Flask app, which is basically going to return our API folder. So right after doing that, we have our Flask command that's going to enable us to run our API. So I'm going to say Flask, and when I say Flask, we see that this command basically has the different commands that we may run with it. So for example, routes, this is going to return the various routes that we are going to hook onto our application. We have the run command that basically is going to run our development server, the shell command that's going to help us to run a shell within the given app context. So I'm going to clear our terminal with Control and L, and then go ahead and run our server. So I'm going to say Flask run, and this is going to go ahead and open our API at localhost 5000. Now that our Flask server has been created, the next thing we're going to do is to be able to verify whether it has been created. So we're going to create a request on our localhost 5000. So we need to click on this with Control and then click. So this is going to open up our terminal. So we even see that we are getting some requests here. So when I head over to my Microsoft Edge, we now see that we do not have any routes attached to our app. So now we're going to create our routes that are going to help us to actually navigate to the different parts of our API. So we're going to create endpoints, but we're going to use a Flask extension known as Flask-RESTX that's going to make it easy for us to be able to create these endpoints as well as to create our Swagger UI, as we're going to see. So the first thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and install our Flask-RESTX. So I'm going to go to my terminal and stop my terminal with Control and C. So I'll go ahead and install Flask-RESTX within our virtual environment. So I'll say pip install Flask-RESTX. So Flask-RESTX is a tool that allows us to build web APIs on top of Flask, and it makes it easy for us to build these web APIs. It provides us with serialization, it helps us with Swagger UI, and so on. It makes the process of developing a REST API with Flask really easy, as you're going to see. So after installing this, then we shall just pip freeze it to our requirements.txt. So I'm going to add it to our requirements.txt file. And right after doing that, you can even verify whether it has been added. So when I go to our requirements.txt, we see that Flask-RESTX has been added. So now what you're going to do is to create the different parts of our application. So you're going to have the authentication part of our application where we shall sign up users, carry out our JWT authentication, and so on. We're also going to have the orders part where we're going to basically have our ordering logic. So what I'm going to do is to go to our API folder. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call this the orders folder. And then within the orders folder, I'm going to call it a package by introducing an init.py file in there. So I'm going to put an init.py file within here. And then the next folder I'm going to create is going to be our authentication folder. So I'll just call it auth, and as well add an init.py file. So I'll call it init.py. So right after adding our init.py, I'm going to go ahead and create our views that are going to help us to access the different parts of our API. So since we're going to use Flask-RESTX, it depends on things called resources. So resources are classes to which we write these different HTTP methods, as we're going to see. So I'm going to create a views file within our auth folder. So I'm going to say views.py. And then within views.py, I'm going to be able to create our first resource. So I'm going to say I'm going to create a namespace that's going to work as blueprints. So if you haven't used blueprints before, blueprints enable us to have our project split into various modules so that we can be able to separate our logic into various modules. So now we've separated our logic into our authentication logic as well as our order logic. Now we can go ahead and use Flask-RESTX to create what are called namespaces. So namespaces help us to differentiate the various parts of our code as we have done here. So I'm going to create the authentication namespace as well as the orders namespace. So I'm going to say from Flask-RESTX, I'm going to import namespace. So a namespace is similar to a blueprint, and I'm going to create our namespace by saying, so this is going to be the auth namespace, and this auth namespace is going to be an instance of our namespace class. So a namespace takes in the name of that namespace. So we're going to call this the auth namespace, and then the description of what that namespace is going to do. So in this case, I'm going to pass in our description. So I'm going to say our description is going to be equal to, so I'll simply call this. So let me maximize this so that you guys can see. So this is going to be a namespace. So I'm going to just say a namespace for authentication. So I'll simply say this is going to be our authentication. And right after doing this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to create a resource. So I'm going to first be able to import our API from, our resource from Flask-RESTX. So I'm going to import the resource class. And after importing the resource class, then the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and simply create a class that inherits from our resource. So I'll create a simple class, which I'm going to call hello authentication. So this class is going to inherit from resource, and this has to take in a route. So just like I mentioned blueprints, we can create routes of our namespaces. So I'm going to say at auth namespace, then we're going to decorate our entire class and then decorate it with the route that you want to use. So for example, in this case, we're going to say .route, and then we're going to specify that our route is going to be on our root URL of our authentication. So after doing this, then I'm going to just simply come right here and then create our HTTP method, which is also going to be a method of this class. So I'm going to say that this is going to be a get method, which is going to take in self since it's going to run on any object of this class. So I'm going to say self, and then right now I'm just going to simply go ahead and return a simple dictionary. I'm going to have a message, and that message is going to be, so this is going to be hello. So this is going to be hello auth. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save. I'm going to do the same thing for our order. So I'll go within the orders folder. Let me first close this. So I'm going to go to our orders folder and then create a views.py file. So I'll create a views.py file just in here. So let me correct this. And within views.py, I'm going to go ahead and basically do the same thing. So I'll say from Flask-RESTX, we are going to import our resource class as well as our namespace. So right after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to create our order namespace. So I'm going to say that our order namespace, so let me close this for now. So this is going to be equal to an instance of the namespace class. So the first thing we shall have here is going to be our name of the namespace, which I'm going to call orders. And then I'm going to add a description, and the description for this is going to be, so I'm going to say description, and then I'm just going to say that this is a namespace for orders. So I'll go ahead and create a resource class. So I'm going to say class, and this is going to be our hello orders. So I'll just say hello orders, and And this is going to inherit from the namespace class. So I'll say, actually, it's going to inherit from our resource class. So I'm going to say it's going to be resource. And then right after doing that, then what I'll do is to go ahead and basically create our HTTP methods. But before I do that, then I'll have to first decorate this. So I'll say at order namespace dot route, and I'll specify that it's also going to be on the root URL of our order routes. Then I'll just come right in here and create a simple HTTP method that's going to take in self. And right after doing that, then I also return, in this case, I'm going to return a message. And this is going to be our hello orders. So right now we've created views in both our orders and our authentication. So the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically plug this into our application so that you can be able to access them. So I'm going to go to our API init.py file. And what I'll do is to first import these various views that we've created. So I'll come right here and I'll say, so since we've created our folder structure in that, we have our authentication logic and our orders logic within packages of their own. Now we're going to use modules. We're going to actually import these as modules. So what you shall say is from, so in this case, we're going to say from dot orders dot views, meaning within the same directory, and then the views module, we are going to basically import our, so we're going to import the order namespace. In this case, we shall do the same thing for our auth. So I'll say from dot auth dot views. I'm going to go ahead and import our auth namespace. So right after doing this, then we're going to be able to add this onto our main application. So Flask-RESTX acts in a way that we create an API instance onto which we add our various namespaces and then register them onto our main Flask application. So what I'm going to do is to import our API class. So I'm going to come and say from Flask-RESTX, I am going to go ahead and import our API class. So we need to create the instance of our API class within our application factory or our create app function in this case. So I'll just come right here and what I'll do is to say API is going to be equal to an instance of our API class. And then the API class takes in the first argument as the app or the Flask instance in this case. So it's going to be the app instance, and then after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and register the namespaces that we've created in the various packages. So I'll just come right here and what I'll do is to say API dot add. So in this case, it's going to be namespace, and then I specify the namespace. In this case, it's going to be the order namespace. And then the next thing I'll do is to specify which path the URLs of that specific namespace are going to be. So in this case, I'm going to say path is going to be. So in this case, our other URLs will be on the root URL of our application. Then I'll do the same thing for the authentication. So I'll say API dot add namespace. So this is going to be add namespace. Then I specify that this is going to be our auth namespace, and then I'll specify the path as /auth. So we're going to access all our authentication routes via the /auth route. So I'll just say /auth. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save, and I save. Check if our terminal is still running. So I'm going to run our terminal again with Flask run. And now we don't have any errors, but we have our debug mode off. This means that each change you create is not going to reload our code. So we need to first export our Flask debug to 1, meaning that we're going to set our debug to true, or I'll actually do that within our config. Alright, so let's go ahead and set up our configuration. So I'm going to head over to our VS Code. And within our VS Code, I'm going to create another package that's going to contain our configuration. So I'm going to come within our API folder, and then I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call this folder, I'm actually going to call this folder the config folder. And within our config folder, we're going to go ahead and also put a vendor init file. So I'll just come and say init. So it's going to be init.py. Then within our init.py, I'm going to create a file. So I'm going to call this file config.py. So within our config.py file, we're going to go ahead and write classes that are going to define our configurations for the various instances in which we'll have our application. So I'm going to come right here. The first thing I'm going to do is to import our OS, and we're going to use our OS in a second. So I'll first create our class. So I'm going to create a class which I'm going to call config. So within our config, I'm going to set up our secret key and other variables as well. So the first variable I'll create is going to be our secret key, and this is going to be a secret file. So I'm going to be using Python decouple to manage my environment variables as well as our secrets. For example, database, passwords, and so on, and other secret things that we're going to use in this project. So what I'll do is go to our terminal, and then I'll come and say that pip. So I'm going to install Python decouple that I'm going to use to actually write my environment variables. So I'm going to say pip install, and then I'll say Python decouple. So this will go ahead and install our Python decouple. So our Python decouple has been installed. So I'll go ahead and also freeze it to our requirements.txt file. So I'll say freeze to requirements.txt, and that will add it to our requirements.txt. Now after we've done this, then let's go ahead and create our config. So right after here, after installing my Python decouple, then the next thing I'm going to do is to use the config variable to basically create our configurations. I'm going to first create our env file. So I'm going to come here and say .env. This is the file in which we're going to write our environment variable. So I'm going to create our secret key. I'm going to say secret key, and then I specify our secret key. So I'll open our Python terminal within VS Code. So I'm going to just open Python, and then say I'm going to import the secrets. So I'm going to import secrets, and then I'm going to basically generate a random hexadecimal string that we shall use as our secret key. So I'll say secrets dot token hex, and then this will generate this. So I'm going to basically copy it. I'm going to come and copy it and then paste it within our .env file. So I'll close that. Now we are done creating our secret key. So I'll come within our config.py, and then I'll basically import the config. So I'll come and say from decouple. So I'm going to say from decouple, import our config, and then I'll go ahead and set our secret key to be the value of our environment variable for the secret key. So I'll come and say config, and then this is going to take in the secret key value. And then in presence of that secret key within our .env, we're just going to have the word secret as our secret key. So this should be kept as secret as possible in case we want security for our application. So right after doing that, then I'm going to also go ahead and create other variables that we're going to use, other instances of our API that we're going to use. So I'll first start with the development config. So I'm going to call this the dev config. So this is going to be our dev config. And then this is going to inherit from config, meaning it will take in the different class variables that we define for the config. Now I'll go ahead and also be able to set some variables in here. So I'm going to set debug, and debug is also going to be a secret. So I'll say config, and then I'll set up a variable called debug. Now this one I'm going to basically state that it's going to be cast to a boolean. For example, if we are to get the value of the secret key, we shall get it as a string. But in this case, we want to get our value as a boolean. So I'll come and say cast is going to be equal to bool, meaning that we are to get our debug value and then set it to a boolean. So I'll come within our .env file, and then the next variable I'm going to basically specify is going to be a debug. So I'll say debug, and in development we shall just leave it to true, but we shall change it as we go on. So I'll come right here within our config.py, and then basically it's going to read our value as true and then set it to a boolean. So one thing I'm also going to do is to set up a class. So I'm going to call this class test config. So I'll call this class test config, and then it's going to also inherit from config. So I'll pass this for now. because I'm not going to be using this. So I also create the class for the production config. So I'll just basically call this the prod config. And then this is going to inherit from our config. So I'll pass it for now as well. Now, after creating this, then the next thing is going to be to hook this onto our main application. So the first thing I'm going to do is to be able to create a dictionary that's going to enable us to easily access these classes from our application factory. So I'll just come right here and create a simple dictionary that I'm going to call a config dict. So this is going to be a dictionary containing our config classes. So I'm going to set it with keys. So I'm going to set a key such as dev, and then it's going to have a dev config class, and then I also set up prod, which is going to be for our production. So in this case, we're going to have our prod config as our class, and then I'm also going to set up our tests. So I'm going to set test, and then this is going to be having our test config. So I'll say test config. Now, right after doing this, then what I'm going to go ahead and do is to use this config dictionary within our main init.py file. So I'll come to our main init.py file, and I'll have to first import our config dictionary that we've created right here. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to set from .config. So in this case, it's going to be .config, and I'll have to import our config dictionary. So right after importing our config dictionary, then I'll come right here and then give our application factory an argument. So in this case, I'm going to give it an argument. So I'll actually give it a parameter, which is going to be the config. So if it takes in that config, then we shall have to configure our Flask API using that config. So in this case, by default, we're going to have our config as config dict, and then we shall specify dev, meaning that we're going to have our API with the default configurations as those for development. So if I go ahead and check our config.py, so the value for dev is the one for our development config. So our API will run as though it's in development. Now after doing that, then what I'm going to do is to go back here, and then I'll come and basically hook that configuration onto our app instance. So I'll come right here, and then I'll say app.config. So this is going to be app.config, then from object. So I'll specify this is going to be from an object. Then we'll specify an object of any type. So in this case, we're going to specify the type. So I'll just say the type of the config we passed in. So in this case, it's going to be the config that we pass in as a parameter right here. So hoping that everything is fine, I'm going to go ahead and run our server again. So I'll head over to the terminal. So in this case, if I run fast, run, it's going to run our API. But then since we're running it in a production environment, then the bug is going to be off. Now to simplify our work, what I'm going to do is create a simple script that shall be running. I'm going to call this run server.py. So I'm going to stop our server and then head over to our code. So within our code, I'm going to create a new script, and this script is going to be responsible for running our project. So I'm going to come right here and create that file. So I'm going to create a new file that's going to be called run server.py. So within run server.py, we're going to create our instance of our call of the create app function that we've specified within our init file. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say from our API package, I'm going to go ahead and import our create app function. So when I import our create app function, I'll go ahead and create a call to that create app function, and then after creating that call to this API function, we're going to run our app based on this create app function. So I'm also going to import our config. So what I'll do is to say from api.config, then we're going to it's going to be .config, then we're going to import our config bit. I'll actually come and just say don't do this since we have it as a parameter specified within our function. So I'll just come and pass in our config. So I'll just come here, and what I'll do is to basically, so if I don't run it with a config, then it will default to the config of development, which you want since we're running our application in development. I have to go to deployment. We're going to basically have this running with production configurations. So I'm going to leave it at that, and what I'll do is come and say if name is equal to, and this case is going to be gander main. I'm just going to go ahead and run this. So I'll say app.run. So when I save this, I'm going to go to our terminal right here. And what I'll do is to save. So when I ls, you see our server.py is located within the same project folder. Then I'll come and say Python and then run server.py. This is going to go ahead and run our server, but in this case it will run it with debug as on. So when I go to localhost 5000, Microsoft Edge is going to open. Now we see that Flask-RESTX is actually generating the Swagger documentation for us. So now we have our /endpoint. But in this case, you see that we are making a mistake. We're having our /endpoint because we basically specified our root endpoint to be slash on our orders. So what I'll do in this case is to go ahead and fix that. So I'll just come right in our code, and within our Danda API, I'll just have to remove the path on our API. So I'll just have to remove this. And after removing this, so when you go back to our browser, when I refresh, we now see that our orders are now a single route. So when I try this out, I'm going to try it out, and when I say try out, when I execute this, we see that hello order is being returned to us. So the same thing is going to happen to our auth. So I'm going to clear, and when I clear this, and I come right here to our authentication namespace, I'm going to run this, and when I run this, I'm going to say try it out and execute. Now we shall see hello auth being returned to us. Alright, so we've created our first responses, and now it's time to implement routes to other parts of our API. So the next thing we're going to do, so right now I've created a readme.md file here that's going to explain the different routes that we're going to implement. For example, so let me actually open it in a readable mode. I'm going to open this in a readable mode. So right here we have the auth sign up, the orders routes, just like we see them here. And then you're going to go ahead and implement this. So we're going to implement this just like you see them here. So the next thing is going to be to implement those. So what we're going to do is to head over to our different namespaces and be able to add those different endpoints. So I'm going to open some of the files I have here. So I'm going to close some of the files here. And now the next thing is going to be to implement the different endpoints. So I'm going to start with the endpoints for the authentication. I'm going to go to the auth-views.py. Now I'm going to remove our hello route, and then I'm going to create a register route or a sign up route. So I'm going to call this. So I'm actually going to refer to our readme.md and open it in readable mode. So we're going to have /sign up. So I'm going to work on that first. So I'll say /auth. So this is going to be the @ so I'm going to say @auth namespace dot route, and then our route in this case is going to be the sign up route. So this is going to be able to help users to create user accounts. So now what I'm going to do is to create a class. This class is going to be our so you just call it sign up, and it's going to inherit from our resource class. And after inheriting from our resource class, then the next thing is going to be to create a different method. So in this case, our method is going to be, so I'm going to call this method our post method. So since we're sending data to the server to create users, we're going to call this a post method. It's going to be self. So we're going to pass it for now. And now we're also going to create a login. So I'm going to say auth namespace dot route. And in this case, what I'm going to do is to basically go ahead and specify that this is going to be our login route. So I'm going to create a class, and this class is going to be our login class. So it's also going to inherit from resource. And after inheriting from resource, then I'm going to go ahead and also specify that it's going to be a post method. So I'm going to add self to it, and then be able to just pass it for now. And since we have created these and added them to our endpoint, so when I navigate to our API and refresh, when I go to that auth, so now we have /auth/login and /auth/sign up. So let me go ahead and implement the one for orders. So to do that, I'm going to head over to the orders view. So I'm going to close that for now. And I'm also going to close this readme.md so that will remain with the preview. I'm going to come right in here to our orders views. So I'm going to open up our orders views. And now what I'm going to do is to basically create other routes specific to orders. So I'm going to basically remove the first endpoint we implemented and then go ahead and implement other endpoints. So let's check for the first endpoint we're going to add. So I'm going to come to our readme.md, and the first endpoint we're going to add is the one for placing an order. So we also have that one for getting all orders, which is on the same endpoint. So we're basically going to create them on the same endpoint. So what I'm going to do is to go to our views.py within our orders package. Then what I'll do is to create a route. So this is going to be an order. So this is going to be namespace dot route. And then after creating this, then we're going to basically say it's going to be our /orders. So right within here, we're going to create a class that's going to inherit from resource. So we're going to create it as order. So I'm going to call it get create. So this is actually going to be order get create, and it's going to inherit from our resource class. Now, right after doing this, we're going to implement two methods for this specific endpoint. We're going to implement a get method for getting all and the post method for creating. So what we're going to do is to go ahead and say def, and this is going to be get, and then here we're going to say self, and then we're going to pass this for now. Also, we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to say post, and right here we're going to actually just come right here and say pass this for now. I'm going to go ahead and save this. So what you have here are two endpoints, but on the same route, or on the same, basically the same route. So just because we did not specify our path here, then we'll have to add /orders, so as to make it similar to what we have right in here. So what I'm going to do is to go to our views within our orders package. I'll call this /orders /orders. So I'm just going to come and say /orders. Alright, after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to basically test this out, hoping that our server is running. Yes, our server is running. So we're going to head over to our API on our Swagger UI and refresh. So after refreshing, now we have a post endpoint and now and a get endpoint as well. So now we have our URLs being repeated here. So that means you have to actually remove some. So basically, I'm just going to come right here. Now what I'll do is to remove these endpoints. So I'll just basically keep it at order. So when you go back here and I refresh, you just have /orders and then /orders, which is fine for now. So the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and maybe document and specify which or what these different functions do. So for now, we are having our Swagger UI right here that's going to enable us to basically access them via graphical interface. However, we're going to test our endpoints for now using Insomnia, but I'm going to be documenting our different view functions. What I'm going to go and do is to basically specify what these different functions do. So I'm going to basically write those strings within our functions, and then say that I specify the operation which each view function is going to carry out. So this is going to be get orders, and then this is going to be create a new order. So I'm just going to call this create new. Actually, let's say this is going to be for placing an order. So I'm going to call it place an order. So when I save this, what you're going to realize is when I head over to our API right here on our Swagger UI, you now see that it has been documented. So this is helpful. I'm going to do the same thing for our auth namespace. So I'll come to our VS Code, and then within our auth, so I'm going to go to the views, and then I'll specify what each of the views does. So add the doc string right within our sign up route. So this is going to be create a user account, and then I'll go ahead and do the same thing for logging in. So I'll come and say that this is going to be for, so this is going to actually be for actually logging in a user, or actually generating JWTs, as we're going to see. So in this case, we're going to actually come and say generate JWT pair. So basically, we're going to have refresh tokens and access tokens, as we're going to see. So let's go ahead and implement our order route. So the next route I'm going to implement a one for updating an order, so getting a specific order and so on. So I'm just going to come right in here, and what I'll do is to create a route. So this is going to be our order namespace. Sorry for that. It's going to be order namespace. Main specify that it's going to be a route. So since this is going to be a route, what I'm going to do is basically state that it's going to be slash order and then slash integer in the order ID. So in this case, we're going to have the order ID. And right after doing this, so I'm just going to come right here, the class. I'm going to call this get. I'm actually going to call it get update and delete. And what this is going to be, it's going to be a class inheriting from the resource class. So I'll go ahead and implement the various routes. So in this case, the first route is going to be the one for getting a specific order, which we have here as. So I'm going to go to our preview of our readme.md. So it's going to be slash order ID for retrieving an order. I'm actually going to say it's going to get self, and then taking the order ID. So after doing this, and I'll just basically go right in here, and what I'll do is to basically go ahead and specify the operation of this current view function. So one important thing is this is going to be for retrieving. So I'm going to have retrieve and order. So this is going to be by its ID. So I can say by ID, and then I'm going to pass this for now. We're going to do the same thing for the put and delete method. So this is basically for the for the updating and then deleting an order. So I'll come and say it's going to be our put, and then our delete. So I'll say def delete, and then this is going to be self, and then we shall have the order ID. So basically this is going to be for updating an order. So I'll just say update an order with the order ID. So I'll just basically come here and say ID, that the ID that we've specified in here. And then I'll come and just basically also document this. I'll just come right here, and right here I'm just going to say delete and with an order ID. So I'm just going to say with ID. So I'll basically pass this. Now when I save and head over to our API and I refresh, right now see we have the different routes we've been able to create in our code. So we're going to go ahead and basically add the remaining routes. So I'm going to head over to our preview of our readme.md. Now we have one for getting a specific user's order. So I'm basically going to come right here and create that as a separate route. So I'm going to say at order namespace dot route, and then within here what we're going to say is we're going to have a route, and this route is going to be one for basically accessing the user specific order. So we're going to have the user, and then this is going to be a user ID. So we're going to pass in the user ID, which I'm going to say int in user ID, and then we're also going to access the order with that specific ID if it belongs to that user. So this is going to be int. So let me minimize this so that you guys can see. So it's going to be our order ID. So basically going to also create a class to decorate it with. So I'm just going to come here and say get. So I'm going to call it get specific order by user, and then this is going to also inherit from resource. So I'll basically come right here and call this a get method. So it's going to take in self as well as the user ID, which is going to be the first parameter, the user ID, and then it's also going to take in the order ID. So I'll say order ID. And right now we are going to pass this for now since we are not writing the logic yet. So I'm just going to also come, and when I save and we go to our API, when I refresh, right now seems like we are having an error. I'll check with our server. So our server is broken. I'll restart our server. So basically we have malformed URL rules. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and fix this. So I happen to forget this. So when I go ahead and run our server again, it's going to run our server. So when I head over to our API, I'll refresh, and now our route has been formed. So basically just documenting it. So I'm just going to add, it's going to be get user specific order. So it's going to be get a users specific. So right now I have been able to carry this out. So I'm just going to come right here and I refresh and go to orders. Right now we can see that we can be able to get a user specific order. So let me actually finish up with the routes of orders. So when I come right here, actually within our preview, we've been able to retrieve an order, get a specific user's order, list all orders made, which one we actually did it, get orders by a user. So I'm just going to our VS Code right here. What I'll do is to basically create that and route. So I'm going to come and say order namespace, then you shall have the route. So our route is going to be slash user and slash, in this case we're going to basically state the user ID. So in this case we're going to have each user ID, and then the next thing is going to be to actually form the route, which is going to be the orders, and then we're going to create a class. So this is going to be user orders, then it's going to inherit from resource, and right after inheriting from resource, then the next thing is going to be to basically create it as a get, a method generates as itself and the user ID. So we're going to have the user ID. We shall also document this. So this is going to be get all orders by a specific user. So basically we're going to have get all orders by a specific user. We shall just pass this for now. So I'm going to save. And then we are going to also implement a route. So let me see. So this is going to be for updating an order status. So I'm just going to come right here. So we're going to have our orders having statuses such as in transit, delivered, and pending. So we're going to look into that while creating our database models. So what I'm going to do is to basically go to our views, and within our views, I'll create that as our last endpoint. So this is going to be the namespace dot route, and then I'll specify that in here we're going to have actually going to have the orders, and then the, so I'm going to actually call it slash order, and then in this case I'll call it slash status, and then I'll basically pass in the order ID. So I'll say int order ID. I wonder if that's the way it is in the docs, so I'll refer to the docs. And in this case we have slash order slash status slash order ID, which is similar to what we've implemented. Alright, so I'm going to basically go ahead and create a class. So I'm going to create a class, and this class is going to be, I'm going to just basically call this update status. So this is going to be update order status, and just in here what I'm going to do is to basically say it's going to inherit from the source, and then I'm going to define the function, and in this case it's going to be a patch method. So basically it's going to be a patch method. So it's going to take itself as well as our order ID. So I'll pass in the order ID, and then within here I'm going to document this. I'm going to specify that this is going to basically take in our order ID. So I'll say update and the status. So I'll just say update and orders status. Now come and pass this. So I'll say pass. When I say pass, then this is going to be a patch method. So it's going to be partially updating a resource. So I'm going to save this. Now when we go back to our API right here, we can now observe that all our endpoints have been created for our order namespace and our auth namespace. All right, now that we've created most of our endpoints for the orders namespace as well as the auth namespace, we're going to go ahead and create our database that's going to help us to store our records of users and those of orders. So we're going to use SQLAlchemy, which is an object relational mapper that will help us to be able to keep track of our database by creating classes which will define the tables of our database. It's also going to help us to access our database rows as objects, which we shall call some methods on so as to manipulate our data. So let's go ahead and install SQLAlchemy. So I'm going to head over to my terminal, and within my terminal, I'm going to stop our server. And what I'm going to do is to install Flask-SQLAlchemy. So I'm going to say pip install Flask-SQLAlchemy. So this is going to go ahead and install Flask-SQLAlchemy within our project. After installing SQLAlchemy, we shall basically freeze it within our requirements.txt file so that we can be able to keep track of it. So I'll use Ctrl and R to insert the freeze command just like I wrote it here. And I'm going to go ahead and basically go ahead and freeze it to my requirements.txt. So right after doing that, then the next thing we're going to do is to create our SQLAlchemy instance. So Flask-SQLAlchemy is an ORM, or what we call an object relational mapper, that allows us to work with our database tables as classes. So we're going to write these classes and then define special methods on them that will help us to create, read, and update our database records. So I'm going to go ahead and go to our code. So within our code, I'm going to go to our folder, which is our API folder. And what I'll do is to create a utilities folder. So I'm going to create a new folder. So I'm going to create this folder and call it utilities. Now within utilities, I also create an init.py file. So I'm going to first close some of this. So I'm going to focus on the utilities folder. I'll create an init.py file. So I'm going to just say init.py. And then within init.py, I will create a DB instance. So SQLAlchemy provides us with a class called the SQLAlchemy class that's going to help us to use the SQLAlchemy features. So we are using the ORM in this case, and not actually making use of the SQL toolkit. So what I'm going to do is to go ahead and import the class. So I'll say from Flask SQLAlchemy. So I'll say from Flask SQLAlchemy. I'm going to go ahead and import the SQLAlchemy class. So after importing our SQLAlchemy class, then the next thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and create an instance of our SQLAlchemy class. So I'm going to say DB. So this is going to be DB. And our instance is going to be called DB. So I'll say DB is equal to SQLAlchemy. So right after creating this, then I'm also going to go ahead and create our database models that are going to define our tables in the database. So we're going to have two tables which are going to be related to each other. We're going to deal with relational databases. So we're going to be able to have tables that are related to each other. So when you go right here, I'm going to go to diagrams.net. This is what I used to actually try to sketch out the schema for our application model. So we have two tables. We have the user table and the order table. So when you observe the user table, we see that you have fields such as the username, the email, the password. You can also add some fields like the staff. So I'm going to go ahead and add this. So I'm going to basically add this. I'm going to copy and paste. Actually, I'll just copy one field. So just to add it to the table. So I'll call this staff, just to specify if a user is a staff or not. So I'll say this is going to be a boolean. So we're also going to have another boolean that's going to specify whether this user is active. So I'm just going to Control C, copy it, and Control V to paste it. So just go to this field, basically Control C, Control V. So I'm going to just call this is active. It's also going to be a boolean. So that defines our user table. Now, in our user table, we have these various fields. We also have the ID, which is going to be our primary key for this table. So it's going to act as a unique identifier for every row within our table. So you have the order table that has the ID, the size of the pizza, the order status. So just like I said, our orders are going to have a status of whether they are in transit, whether they are delivered, or whether they are pending. So we're going to also have a quantity, which is going to specify how many units of a pizza we're going to actually get. You have the price and you have the flavor. So you have the user ID, which is going to be a foreign key to our table user. So this foreign key is going to be the primary key of that specific user who made that specific order, which means that every user is going to be able to place or create an order. So right now, if we are to see down here, we have lists of choices. So right here, I have our order choices. Actually, these are going to be our order status. Let me change this. Let me change this to order status. And then here we're going to have our sizes. So we're going to have the small, medium, large, and extra large. So we're going to go ahead and implement these as choices. So our order status choices are going to be pending, in transit, and delivered. And we are going to put them on our order status field. So we're going to look into how we can actually be able to implement choice fields within Flask-SQLAlchemy. So we also have our sizes, which are going to put onto our size field on our order table. So we're going to go ahead and also implement that. So one thing I'm going to do is to head over to our code and then start modeling this out. So I'm going to go to our code, and the first thing I'll do is to basically go ahead and create our models mod package. So I'm going to create a package which I'm going to call models. So this is where our database tables are going to be located for both our users as well as our orders. So we need to create an ini.py file to basically make it a package. So this is going to be danda ini.py, and then I'll go ahead and write a new file. So this new file is going to be our users file. So this is where I'm going to write the model for our users table. And I'm also going to go ahead and create the file for the orders table. So this is going to be orders.py, and then this is going to be the orders table where we're going to actually write the orders table. Now that we've created this, we're going to go ahead and follow our diagram to guide us into creating these various tables. So the first table we're going to create is one for the users. So I'm going to go to our users model file, and then what I'll do is to first import our DB instance. Remember that we created our DB instance within our utilities folder right here. So I actually wrote it within our ini.py, meaning that we're just going to inherit to actually import it from utils. So what I'll do is to come to models and then within users. So what I'll say is from dot. So since it's outside the current folder, we're going to say dot, and then we go to utilities. And then within our utilities, we are simply going to import our DB instance. Right after importing our DB instance, then we're going to go ahead and basically create our database table. So I'm going to create a class. So this is going to be our SQLAlchemy, Flask-SQLAlchemy table that's going to define how our user table is going to be. So this is going to be our user table, and it's going to inherit from db.model, meaning that it's going to be database model. So we're going to define the table name. So the first thing we're going to define is going to be the table name, which is the name of the table. So by default, the name of the table is always the name of the model, but in lowercase. But in this case, we can specify the table. So we're going to say danda table name, and this is going to be equal to. So we're going to basically put in here, and this is going to be users. So I'm going to call this table users, and then I'll go ahead and specify an ID. So we're going to specify our ID. So our ID is going to be equal to db.column. So it's going to be a column, and specify the type. The type is going to be integer, and then since this is going to be our primary key, so it's going to specify that primary key is going to be equal to true. So this basically means that our this column is going to be our primary key. Right after doing this, then I'm going to add the other fields such as the username, the email, the password. So I'll just come right in here, and what I'll do is to say that we're going to have our username, and this is going to be db column. So it's going to be db dot. So this is going to be a string. So we can even mention the length of that specific string, the max length. So in this case, let's say our username, the max username is going to be 5, and then you can say null equals false. So right after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to actually create our email field. So we want an email that's unique. So what we're going to do is to say that our email is going to be db dot column, and this is going to be db dot string. Now we want the longest email to be 50 characters long, and then we want to say that this is not going to be null, so we shall add a nullable constraint on it. So we're going to say nullable is going to be false. So this is going to be nullable equals false. And then after specifying this, then we shall also add a unique constraint. So we're going to say unique. Actually, let me maximize this so that you guys can see it. So this is going to be unique. equals to true. So right after doing this, then we're going to also add our password field. So I'm going to say password, and password is going to be db dot colon. Actually, let me call this password hash. So I'm actually going to call this password hash, and it's going to be db dot colon db dot. I'm going to just call it text, and then I'll just say that this is not going to be null. So I'm going to say null. It's going to be equal to false. And right after doing this, then I'm going to specify the remaining field. So that is that dot is active, and then that dot is staff. So I'm going to say is staff, and then staff is going to be db. So this is going to be equal to db dot colon, and then this will be db dot boolean, and then we shall specify that in this case what we're going to have is our default. So our default is going to be false. So not every user is going to be a staff user. So just modeling this out. And then we're also going to add the is active. So this is going to be is active, which is also going to have the same value. So I'll basically copy this and paste it right here. So right now we are done creating our user table. The next thing is going to be to create a special function or method that's going to help us to return string representations of these objects. So the way to do that is by creating an pre method. So it's going to be pre. This is going to take itself, then it's going to return an f string containing object. So iterate an f string. So right here, I'm going to say user, and we shall specify the username of that specific user. Actually, let's also make our username unique. So I'll say our username also has a unique string. So I'll say it equals true. So right after doing this, then I'm going to just come right here. And what I'll do is to say self dot. In this case, we want to actually return the username of that specific user. Then after doing this, then hoping that everything is fine, we are going to go ahead and create the orders table. So I'll head over to the order models, and then what I'll do is to basically import our DB instance. So I'll say from dot details, we are going to import our DB instance. And then after that, I'm going to create our class order, which is going to inherit from DB dot model. Actually, it's going to inherit from DB dot model. And then I'll do the same thing. I'll first specify the table name, so I'll write down the name. And then this is going to be going to just call it orders. And then we're also going to write the ID, so I'll basically copy this since it's going to be the same thing. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll add our ID field. And this is going to be an integer, which is going to be our primary key as well. So the first field I'm going to specify is going to be the order size. So our size is going to be a string. So it's going to be a string, but it's going to be of choice. So we're going to look into how to implement a choice field with Flask-SQLAlchemy. So we're going to use enums to implement this. So what I'm going to do is to create an enum class that's going to have our choices. Then we're going to actually access those choices from the enum class. So what I'll do is to come at the top of our code. I'll do is to say from enum import our enum. And right after doing this, then what I'm going to do is to create our class for our pizza sizes. So I'll just say size. Then actually I'm going to call it sizes. What I'll do is to specify the different sizes. So we're going to have the sizes as small, medium, large, and extra large. So I'll come and specify this first size as small. We'll have a value of small, and then we're going to have medium. That's also going to have a size of medium, and then we're also going to have large, which is going to have a size of large. So this is going to be large, so we're going to have large here, and then we're going to have extra large. So I'll basically specify that this is going to be extra large. So this will have extra large as the value. So right after doing this, then the next thing we're going to do is to be able to create a field that's going to actually use this as our choices. So to do this, what I'm going to come and do is to come right here and basically say size is going to be equal to db dot. So we're going to specify this is going to be db dot colon, and then we shall specify the type as the SQLAlchemy type for enum. So we shall say db dot enum, And then right here, we shall pass in our enum class, which is our sizes. And right after doing that, we can also say nullable. Actually, since we're going to have a default, so the default size is actually what we shall specify. So we shall specify a default size as sizes dot. So we shall specify our sizes small as our default value for this specific field. Now we're going to also implement the order status. So we're going to come here and we're going to create the order status field. So I'm just going to do the same thing. So I'll say order status. Our order status is going to be a column. So we're going to say db.column, and then this is going to be db.enum, and then we're going to specify which class is going to have that specific enum. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say class, and here I'll say order status, and what I'll do here is specify the different statuses. So I'll say pending, it's going to be equal to pending, and right here I'll also come and say in transit. So we have in transit, and this is going to be in transit. So we're going to have in transit, and then we're going to have in this case we're also going to have delivered. So in case that pizza has been delivered, then we're going to have the status as delivered. So this is going to be delivered. So right after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to specify that this is going to actually be an enum of type order status. So you're going to actually add order status. Now we're going to also specify the default. So I'm going to say default is going to be equal to order status is, in this case we shall say pending. So right after doing this, then the next field is going to actually be flavor. So I'm going to add the flavor. In this case, our flavor is going to be flavor. So our flavor is going to be db dot column, and then we're going to have db dot string. So this is going to be simple. Then we can say nullable. So this is going to be nullable because false, meaning that we're going to have our flavor. So we're going to have our flavor as not now. Now, which other field are remaining? Now, I'm also thinking of adding date time fields onto these tables. So I'm actually going to add a date created field so that the date at which we created this order. Actually, let me include it here. So I'm going to control C, control V, and add it as another attribute. So I'll say date created. So this is the date to which you created the order, and then this is going to be date time, and then I'll also come right here and also add the date at which the user account was created. So I'll just Ctrl C and Ctrl V, and then add it as an extra field. So I'll just come right here and say date created. So right here, what I'm going to do is also specify that this is going to be a datetime object. And now I'm going to go ahead and add this. So I'm going to head over to our code. So I'll say date created is going to be equal to db dot column. So this is going to be a db dot column. And then I'll specify this is going to be a db dot date time object. And then I'll come and say that we need a default. So our default, so I'm going to use the time to generate that default, the object that's going to specify the time at which you create that order. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to import date time. So I'll say from date time, we are going to import our date time. So right after importing our date time, I'll come right here and I say that the default date time is going to be date time dot UTC. Now, so this means that every time you create an order, the time at which you created that order is going to be tracked. So right after doing that, then we're going to also create the is stuff and is. Actually, we don't need those because this is going to be our order table. So the remaining thing is to actually establish relationships between these tables. Now the beauty with SQLAlchemy is we establish this as relationships. So I'll go to the user table within our users.pymodel file. Actually, before I do that, let me first write our boundary prime method on our order table. So it's going to take himself, and then I'm just going to come and return. So I return an F string, and this F string is going to contain our order. So we're going to have an order, and then this order is going to be having self. So yes, we shall just track self dot the ID of the order. So I'm going to head over and save. And after saving this, the next thing is going to be to actually go ahead and create a relationship between these two tables. So within our users table, what I'll do is to go to our users table. Our ID is going to be a foreign key to our order table. So let's go ahead and specify this. So just like you see here, our diagram is showing that we shall have the field for user ID on our order field. So what I'm going to do is to establish a relationship. So I'm going to create a field on our table, and this field is going to be the user, or we're going to actually say that this is going to be, actually let's call it my user, and then what we shall do is to say that this is going to be a db column, and then we shall specify that this is going to be an integer. So this is going to be an integer, and this will be a foreign key to the user table that you created. So we're going to have it being a foreign key, so I'll say it's going to be db foreign key to our user table. So in this case, we're going to specify the user table that you created. So since we specified it as users, then we shall actually write users dot id, meaning the id of the field that you created on our user table. So what I'll do is to also establish the same relationship this side, so that you can actually link the two tables. So I'll come to our user table right here, and what I'll do is to specify a relationship. So in this case, I'm going to say that orders. So this is basically going to allow us to access the user's orders via user.order. So just like we're going to see. So I'm going to actually come and say orders is going to be equal to db relationship. So this is going to be our relationship. And then we have to specify the model as a string. So this is going to be a model as a string. So our model is going to be our order model. And then we're going to say that the backref. So we're going to specify a backref, and the backref is going to explain how we are going to access a user from an order. For example, order.customer. So we're going to actually create that backref as, so we're going to call it a customer, and then we're going to specify that lazy equals true. So right after doing this, I'm going to save, and now we have our database tables created. Now the next thing is going to be to enable our Flask to be able to create these tables in our database. So what I'm going to do is to come right in here, and what I'm going to do is to actually use Flask-MIgrate to generate these tables. So Flask-MIgrate is a very important tool that allows us to create migrations for our Flask-SQLAlchemy tables. It relies on Alembic, which is a tool that helps us to do migrations with Flask-SQL with SQLAlchemy. So what I'm going to do is to install Flask-MIgrate. So I'll come right in our terminal. So the first thing I'll do is install Flask-MIgrate. So I'll say pip install in Flask-MIgrate. So right after installing Flask-MIgrate, then the next thing is going to be to basically hook it into our application and make it work with SQLAlchemy. So Flask-MIgrate helps us to keep track of our migrations, which are just changes that we do in our database. And the beauty is it can allow us to create these changes without having to actually delete our database tables. So right after installing Flask-MIgrate, I'll basically also add it to our requirements, so txt file. So I'm just doing the search for the previous command, just like you saw with Control R. So right after doing that, then I'm going to head over to our init.py file within our main API project. So I'll close some of these editors, and right after closing some of these editors, then I'll open our init.py file, and then actually the init.py file within our main application. So I'll just come within init.py. The first thing I'm going to do is to import our DB instance. So I'll come right here. I'll say run. In this case, it's going to be utils. I'm going to import our DB instance. And then after importing our DB instance, then I'm also going to go ahead and import our database model. So I'll say from dot. In this case, it's going to be models. I'm going to go ahead and import. Actually, this is going to be from dot models dot orders. I'm going to import our order model. So I'll say import order, and then I'll go ahead and also import our. So I'll say from dot models dot. In this case, it's going to be users. So I'll go ahead and import our user. user model. So right after importing this, then the next thing is going to be to actually create these in our database. But before we do that, what I'm going to do is to actually specify the configurations for our database, something I had actually forgotten. But before that, let me first set up our Flask-SQLAlchemy. So I'll say from Flask-SQLAlchemy. So it's going to be alchemy. I'm going to go ahead and import the SQLAlchemy class. So I'll actually go ahead and import. We've already imported that DB instance here, so I'm just going to come and basically hook it onto our application with DB. So this is going to actually be DB dot init. It's going to be init app. It's going to take in our app instance, and mind that I'm adding the DB instance after configuring our app to run with our configurations. Otherwise, it's going to give you errors because it will look for the configurations and they won't be there. So I'm also going to hook up Flask-MIgrate. So I'll say from Flask. So it's going to be from Flask-MIgrate. I'm going to import our migrate class. And then our migrate class is also going to be hooked onto our main app. So I'll just come right here. What I'll do is to say that I'm going to come here and say that migrate is going to be equal to migrate, and then I'll specify the first thing is going to be our app instance as well as our DB instance. So hoping that everything is fine. Now let's go to our configurations and configure the database that we're actually going to use. So I'm going to go to our config folder, and then within our config folder, I'm going to go to the config module, and then within our dev config is where we're going to actually specify our database URI. So SQLAlchemy works in a way that it accepts a URL string or a connection string that basically shows where the database is going to be. So in this case, we're going to use SQLite for development. Feel free to use Postgres or any other database. I'm going to use SQLite. So the first thing I'm going to do is to actually specify some configuration specific to SQLAlchemy. So I'm going to first specify within here. So I'm going to add a setting, which is going to be SQLAlchemy. So this is actually going to be track modifications. So this is going to be track modifications. And then we're going to set this to false so that we don't track any modifications. And then another thing I'm going to specify, now this is going to be in our development, we're going to specify our SQLAlchemy echo. So we're going to specify SQLAlchemy echo, and this is going to be true because we want to check the SQL statements that are generated on every transaction we do. So right after doing this, then we want to also go ahead and state our SQLAlchemy database URI. Now let me simplify things for you and enlarge so that you guys can see well. Now another thing I'm going to do is to go ahead and basically, so what I'm going to do is to go ahead and set up a connection string. So the first thing we're going to do is to specify that we want our database to be created within our API folder. So to keep track of where we are, we're going to use the Danda file variable, which is going to stand for the file in which we're editing, which is our config.py. And we're going to use that to be able to dictate where we want our database to be created. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. So I'll come right here. I'll create that file. So say base that actually that our SQLite database will be created in the same as the config folder, just like you're going to see. I'm going to say base dar. This is going to be using OS, so I'm going to say OS path dot dar name. So this is actually going to be the directory name, which is the config folder, and then we shall keep track of where the specific file is. So I'm going to say OS path dot real path, and then we're going to specify that this is going to be the path to our file. Now after doing this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to basically create our connection string. So the way we create our connection string is by specifying, so I'm just going to come to our dev config and then say SQLAlchemy. So this is going to be SQLAlchemy database URI, and this is going to be equal to, so the first thing you specify is the database. In this case, we're going to use SQLite, and then we're also going to add concatenation. So this is going to be concatenation. So we're going to add the base dar. So we're going to use OS to join the base dar to the name of the database we want to create. So I'm going to say OS path dot join. So we're going to join the base da and then the name of the database we want to use, which is going to be, so this is going to actually be our, so I'm going to call it db dot SQLite3. Going to call it db.SQLite3. So right after doing this, now we are going to go ahead and create our database. So to create our database, I'm going to create a context within our shell that's going to allow us to access our database modules as well as to access our DB instance so that we can easily go ahead and create our database. So I'm going to go to our init.py and I'm going to add the following line. So I'll go right here after adding our namespaces. So I'll say app dot make shell. So this is going to be make shell context, and then this is going to actually help us to create a context within the shell from which you can access our models as well as our DB instance. So I'm going to say def, then this is going to be this is going to be at app.shell context processor. Forgive me. So this is going to be our context. So it's going to be context processor. So we're going to define a function called make shell context. And then this function is going to be one that's going to return a dictionary containing the different variables. So we're going to return, in this case, we're going to return our DB. So in this case, we're going to say DB, which is going to stand for our database instance. And then we're also going to have, in this case, we're going to have user. So this is going to be our user. And then we're going to also specify our order table, which is actually going to be our table. So right after doing this, then the rest of the work is going to be from our terminal. So let's do that. So I'm going to head over to my terminal right here. So hoping that you still have a Flask app environment variable set to our API project. So I'll come and say echo. So this is going to be the Flask app environment variable, and it's still our API folder. So I'll just run Flask shell. That's going to allow us to actually open a Python shell within our project so that you can actually go ahead and play around with our Flask app. So I'm just going to come and say Flask shell, and this is going to go ahead and open our Flask shell. So it seems like we have an error. So we have an object of type has no attribute len. So it seems like we made an error right here. So this is actually in our enums. So let's check for where this error is. So what I'm going to do is to go back. So actually we didn't specify these as enums. Sorry for that. So I'll basically add this and specify that they are enums. So our size is an enum as well as our order status. So these are going to be enums. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. Actually, it's going to be enum. Sorry for that mistake. So after saving this, then the next thing is going to be going back to our database. So when I go back to our database right here, I'm going to say Flask shell. I hope we don't have any errors. Our Flask shell has been created. So right in our Flask shell, we can access our DB instance, which is going to show us the path to our database, which is our db.SQLite3. We're also going to access our user model, which is our API models user. We're also going to access our order, which is going to be our order. So when I say order, we can actually go ahead and also access our order. So creating our database is going to be as simple as saying db.create. So I'll say db.create all. And this is going to go ahead and create our database tables, just like you can see here. So now this is going to show the various SQL statements generated. For example, our ID, which is an integer, our username, our email, our password. Now you also observe that you have our unique constraints here. We have our primary key as our ID. Now we have a relationship here because you have the various fields for that orders, and you have a user, which is we have a foreign key to our user table which references the user ID. So this has successfully created our database table. Now that our user table and our order table are created, we're going to go ahead and create our users. So we're going to be using our user model to create our users. Now what I'm going to do is to go to our vis.py. So I'm going to go to our code. Within vis.py in our auth namespace, we're going to use the endpoint for signing up a user. So we're going to go ahead and receive data from whatever front-end client, and then we'll be able to create a user. So Flask-RESTX provides us a model that can help us to serialize the data that we pass on to our API, as well as help us to return responses. So what we're going to do is to create that model based on our user model that we created for our database. So we're going to go to our models.py. So we need to be making use of our models.py. So I'll go to the models.py in our users. And what I'll do is to copy the different fields on our model. So I'm going to go to our model. So I'm going to close some of these editors. And within our views, I'm going to go ahead and use Flask-RESTX to create our model that's going to help us to serialize. So what I'm going to do is to come right here. So I'll create a variable, which I'm going to call our auth model. And I'm going to say this is going to be auth namespace dot. So we can create a model from our namespace. And after creating this model, then we go ahead and specify the name of that model. So the name of this model is going to be user. And then we're going to also specify the different fields that we are going to help to describe the data that we want to pass through our serializer. So I'm going to basically create a dictionary. And this dictionary is going to have the keys as those fields that we may want to expect. So I'm going to provide the ID. So I'm going to pass in the ID. Now, Flask-RESTX provides us with these different fields that can help us to specify the data type. So I'm just going to go right here and say from Flask-RESTX, we need to import fields. And right after importing fields, actually it's going to be fields. I'm going to go ahead and say that this is going to be fields, but integer. So basically this specifies that this is going to be an integer field. Now we can go ahead and also create another field. For example, our username. So I'm going to say we have a username. This username is going to be fields, but in this case we're going to say it's going to be a string. Now you can as well pass in some arguments such as required equals true, meaning that this is required, it shouldn't be left blank. You can even give a description. So for example, you can return a description such as, so I can say description, and all this is going to actually help us on our Swagger. So I'm going to say our description, so I'll close that for now. So our description is going to be a username. So basically say this is going to be a username. And right after doing this, I'm also going to do the same thing for our email. So I'll go back to our user model. So we have our email. So I'll come right in here and say we're going to have our email. It's going to be fields dot string. And what you're going to do is to basically say required is going to be equal to true. So we're going to also have our description. So we're going to say that this is going to be our description. So I'll basically come here and pass in our description. And then I'll say that this is going to be an email. Actually, it's going to be an email. So right after doing this, I also go ahead and provide a password. So we call this password. So we call it password hash in our database, but I'm going to call it password in our serializer. So when you get this, I'll actually hash it and then keep it in our database. So I'll come right here. What I'll do is to say password, and this will be, so I'll say password, and right here I'm going to have a password, and then I'll come right here and say we going to have fields dot. So this will also be a string. I'll provide required equals true because you don't need to submit it blank. Then what I'll do is to actually say required equals true and then provide description. So this is going to be a description. So we can pass in some description on how and the field on the max length and so on. So here I'm going to actually say a password. So just say password, and then I'll come right here and basically provide more stuff. So here I have that dot is active and is stuff. So I'll basically also add those. So I'll say is active. So I can come here and say is active and say, actually, I don't think I need to actually add this when creating a user. So I'm going to create this. I'm going to use this model we've created to be able to create our user. So what I'll do is to come on our specific endpoint or our method that we're going to use for that, which is going to be our post method on our sign up resource class. So right here, I'm going to actually come and decorate this with a special method that's going to help us to use our model that we've created to expect data from the API. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to say at of namespace dot expect. So basically this is basically showing that we're going to expect data that's going to be in form of the model that we've created. So I'm going to say at auth namespace dot expect, and I specify which model we expect. which is the auth model. So what will happen is the data we shall send as the body of this request is going to be the data that follows this kind of model. So we're going to say this is going to actually be our, so I'll basically actually call it, let me change the name to the register, or let me actually call it the sign up model. So I'll just come right here and say that we're going to expect our sign up model, and then we're going to use this model to basically send data to our API. So I'm going to come right here and I'll access the data from the post request. So I'll basically come right here. So the first thing we're going to do is to access the data from our front end or our client or whoever is making the request. So we shall access that data by using Flask-request object. So I'm going to import that. So I'll just say from Flask, I'm going to import request. And right after importing request, then we're going to get our data as JSON from the request. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say that our data is going to be equal to request dot get JSON. So basically, this function get JSON returns our data as JSON. Now, after getting our data as JSON, this is going to form a dictionary that we shall be able to access our data from. So we're going to go ahead and create a new user. So when we look at our user model right here, we can create a special command that can help us to save every user object that we create. So I'm just going to come right here and write a method, which is going to just basically help us to save our user. So I'm just going to come and call it save. It's going to take in the object on which we're going to call it. And right here, I'm going to use our SQLAlchemy object or our DB instance to basically go ahead and save this user to the database. So I'll just say db.session.add, and then I'll add self. Basically, we're adding the current object to the SQLAlchemy session, and then go ahead and save it. So I'll say db.session dot commit. So this will go ahead and save that user to the database. Now I'm going to go back to our views, and right in our views, what I'll do is to create our new user instance. So I'll just come right here and say new user is going to be equal to. So we're going to make use of our data. So I'm actually going to import our user class. So I'll come right here and say from our dot. So I'll go to our models and then our users. Then I import our user class. So I'll say user. So I'll come right here and create a new user. So our new user is going to be an instance of our user class or our user model. So we're going to pass in our user, and this user is going to have a username. So we're going to pass in our username, which is going to be equal to the username that we get from the data. So we're going to access our data. So we're going to get the username from data, but in this case we're going to say data.get, and then we shall specify the key, which is going to be our username. Then we're going to also access our email. So I'll pass in the email. So I'll say email is going to be data.get, and in this case we shall specify that we want to get our email. Now we're going to do the same thing for the password. So we shall say we actually have our password. So I'll just come right here and say password, and then our password is going to be data.get, and in this case we shall have password. But remember, now we are creating a user we're going to save in our database. So if we go to our models, we have the password field as password hash. Now what we're going to do is to generate a password hash for that user we're going to create. So to do that, we're going to make use of Werkzeug, which is the toolkit on which Flask depends. So we're going to use this to generate our password as well as to check if the hashes match the password that we shall be providing when acquiring JWTs. So I'll just come right here to our views, and within our views, I'm just going to go at the top of our code and import the different methods we want from Werkzeug. So I'm just going to come right here and say from Werkzeug. So this is actually going to be from Werkzeug, but shall go to the security package and then we import the method. So I'll say generate password hash, check password hash. So the generate password hash is a function that basically takes in a password and then returns a hash of that password. Now the check password hash works in the way that it gets the password hash, what we shall keep in our database, and compares it to the password candidate that we give so as to return true or false, and that will actually allow us to create our JWTs as we shall see later. Now let's go ahead and create our password. So what I'll do is to come right here, and then instead of saying password, I'll come and change this to password hash, and then I'll use our generate password hash command or function to be able to generate our password hash. So to that, I'm just going to come and say generate password hash, and then basically pass in our password that we get from our data via the post request. So this is basically our user object, which is our new user. So I'll go ahead and save this user. So since we've written this convenience command, I mean our convenience function, it's going to help us to actually save this user to the database. So I'll just come right here and then say new user. So this is going to actually be new user dot save. And right after saving the new user, then we're going to use our sign up model to basically return the newly created user. Now, since we've used our model, we can as well as use this model to be able to actually return our response. So the way we do that with Flask-RESTX is to say, so in this case, I'm going to say at both model. So I'll just actually say at both namespace dot. Then we're going to call the measure with command. So the measure with function basically helps us to return a response using the model that we created. So we expect to get an object of type user returned to us, but then the measure with command helps us to actually serialize or measure it and return it to us as JSON. So I'm just going to come and say measure with, so I'll just say measure with and then pass in the sign up model. So this is going to be the sign up model. Now after doing this, and I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to just return our HTTP response. So in this case, I'm going to say return the user, and then we're going to also specify the status code. Now the beauty with Python is it provides us with the HTTP package that has all these HTTP status codes. So I'm just going to come and import the HTTP status class from HTTP, and then be able to easily get the status code. So I'll just go to the top of our code, and then I'll just say from HTTP, we are going to simply import HTTP status class. After importing our HTTP status class, I'll just come right here and specify that the status code we want to return is the HTTP status dot created, which is our 201 status code. So I'm going to save this, and then I'm going to try to actually work with this endpoint. I'm going to be using Insomnia to carry out most of these requests, and then later I shall look at detailing, actually going ahead to customize our Swagger UI that we created. So what I'm going to do is to open up my Insomnia. Right here in Insomnia, I've created a new request collection. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new request. So I'll create a new request. So I'm going to call this request create a new user account. So this is going to be for creating a new user account. It's going to be a post request. So I'll just come and specify the method as post, and I create. So I'm going to specify the URL, and that URL is going to be localhost 5000 slash, so this is going to be slash auth. So when I go back to our code right here, we have our endpoint being slash sign up. So I'll basically specify that. I'll actually first save. And then I go back here. I'm going to say that this is going to actually be our sign up. So hoping that our server is running. So I'll check if our server is running. It's not running. So I'll stop the shell and then run python run server.py. So our server is now running. So when I send this request, I'm going to go to our Insomnia. When I send this request, so I'll have to actually first specify our body. Our body is going to be in JSON. Then I'll come and form some JSON input. So we're going to have a username. And let's say our username is going to be Jonah. And then we're going to have our email. So our email in this case is going to be Jonathan. So actually say Jonathan at gmail.com. So then what you're going to also have is the password. So I'll have the password. So in this case, you're going to provide a password, and that password is going to be password. So I'll just basically provide password 123 as our password. So when I send this, right now we see our user has been created, but we are having our password being null, and this is basically showing us that we have the field that actually specified for password is not what we have. So we're going to actually write another model that we're going to actually also use to get our users. Now go back to our code right here, and what I'll do is to create another model that we shall use to get users. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say user. So I'll just call it user model, and it's going to also be from auth namespace dot model, and then it's actually going to have the same thing. So I'll basically call this user. So I'm going to use this when we are getting users after measuring them. I'll call it the user. Actually, I'm going to call it user model. Actually, let me change this to sign up. So I'm just going to change this to sign up. So this is going to be the sign up model. Now I'll come and call it the user model. So it's going to have basically the same fields, but we shall have some extra fields as we're going to see. So I'm going to actually specify that these are going to be our fields, and actually just paste them right here. So we're going to have our fields like this. So we shall have our ID, our username, and then some extra fields. So I'm going to specify that this is going to be our password hash, which shall return as a string. And then we shall also go ahead and provide the other fields. So we're going to have fields such as is active and is staff added to this. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to add is active, and this will be fields boolean. So this is going to be a boolean, and then I'll maybe provide a description. So this description is just going to briefly state what the field is. So I'll just basically say this is going to be user is active status. So I'll say user is active. So actually provide here, I'll just say this shows that the user is active. So, and then I'll also provide the staff. So I'll just come right here and say is staff. So this is actually going to be staff. And then it's also going to be a boolean field. So we shall say this is going to be fields. So it's going to be fields dot boolean. So we're going to specify that it's going to be a boolean. We shall also provide a similar description. So we have description being equal to. So this will be this shows if user is staff. So right after doing this, then what I'm going to actually do is to go to our users, and then instead of using within our views right here, instead of using the sign up model, we're going to use the user model to be able to return our user after creating them. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to basically return the new user, but I'll specify that we're going to marshal this with our user model. So I'll basically come right here and say user model. So when you try to create a new user, so I'll go back to my insomnia and try to create a new user. So I'm going to create a user called Jerry, and then I'll provide the email as jerry@gmail.com. So when I try to sign up, this time we actually get other fields returned after creating this user, and we also get our status code as 201 created, which means we have successfully created our user. Now, after creating our users, we're going to go ahead and create our login endpoint. So the login endpoint is one that's going to allow users to provide their username or email. Actually, we're going to use their email and then provide them with a JWT. So after providing their credentials, they're going to get a JWT, which is going to contain their identity so that they can be able to access the various protected endpoints, as we're going to see later. So the first thing we're going to do is to install a tool called the Flask-JWT-Extended extension. When you go to the website, we look at the various things that this extension can do. It can help us to basically carry out all the JWT authentication. We're going to go ahead and use this tool to be able to generate JWTs, to refresh them, as well as protect our protected endpoints. So what I'm going to do is to first install this. So I'll go to the terminal. I'll stop our server with Ctrl and C. I'll clear it with Ctrl and L. Now I'm going to say pip install Flask. So I'm actually going to say Flask. This is going to be JWT extended. So I'm just going to come and say Flask-JWT extended. So this is going to go ahead and install Flask-JWT extended within our virtual environment. Now after installing it, I'll freeze it to our requirements.txt file. So I'll add it to our requirements.txt. And after adding it to our requirements.txt, now the next thing is going to be to set up our API so that we can be able to use our so that we'll be able to use our Flask-JWT extended. So I'll go back to our code, and then I'm going to go to our settings.py, to our config.py. So I'll go to our config.py, and within our config, I'll look for our config module. And within our config module, I'm going to go ahead and set up our JWT token lifetime. So Flask-JWT extended has different settings that you can access. So I'll just go to the configuration options part, and where we have the configuration options part, we have the JWT token location, which basically states where we're going to place our JWTs if we need to access protected endpoints. Now we can keep them in headers and cookies, but the default is headers. So we're going to look into how to pass these headers when we're accessing our protected endpoints. We're going to also look at our JWT access token expires, which is actually going to be a value specifying how much time it will take for our JWT to expire. So I'm going to copy this setting right here. I'm going to copy our JWT access token expires, and then I'll go to our code, and then what I'll do is to go within our config. So I'm going to set this up. So I'll say JWT access token expires. So this is a time delta. So we have to import time delta from datetime. So I'll come to the top of our code, and then I've actually imported it here. So all I'll do is to say time delta, and then specify the amount of time. So in this case, we're going to set our JWT to expire after 30 minutes. So I'll say minutes is equal to 30, so that after 30 minutes, our JWT access token is actually going to be expired. I'm also going to do the same for our JWT refresh token expire. So I'll just say JWT. So this is actually going to be our refresh token. So this is going to be refresh token expires. Now I'm going to say that's going to be time delta, and then I'll specify the same thing. So this is going to be minutes equals 30. Now after doing this, then I also come and set up our JWT secret. So I'll just come right here and search for that configuration option. So I'll say JWT secret. So it's actually going to be the secret key. I'll copy this. Need to come and copy this. I'll paste it within our code. So this is actually going to be our JWT secret. So just going to paste this. This is going to be a secret key. Now I'm going to read this with the couple. So I'm just going to say config. Actually, sorry for that. So this is going to be our config. And right here, I'm going to go ahead and specify that this is going to actually be our JWT secret key. So this is the key we're going to use to sign our JWTs. Now I'll come and also configure this in our .env file. So I'll come and add it within our .env. So I'll come right here and say JWT. It's actually going to be JWT secret key. And this is going to be equal to, so I'll also generate a random hexadecimal string. So I'm going to actually come to our terminal and say hyphen. So I'll import secrets. So this is actually going to be import secrets. So I'll come and say secrets dot token hex. So this is actually going to be hex, and then I'll provide a length of 12. So I'll generate this string, which I'm going to just come and copy and then paste within our code. And then that's our JWT secret. So I've used the couple, so I'll close this. So this means that it's going to actually read the value of this JWT secret key from our .env file. Now after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and basically set up our Flask-JWT extended within our application. So what I'm going to do is to come right in our project level init.py file, and within our create app function, I'll have to specify that one JWT extended to work with our API. So I'll come and first import our JWT manager class. So I'm just going to come and say Flask. So this is going to be from Flask-RESTX. Actually, it's going to be from Flask-JWT-Extended. I'm going to go ahead and import our JWT manager. And then after, we're going to go ahead and create an instance of our JWT manager and attach it to our app. Now what I'm going to do is to come right here, and what I'll say is JWT is going to be equal to our JWT manager, and then we're going to add our app. So right after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to carry out our login functionality. So I'll go to our views.py. Let me minimize this. So enlarge this so that you guys can see. So we're going to be working on our endpoint for logging in. So what you expect is a model that's going to help us define the data that we're going to pass to the API when we're logging in. So that's going to be our email and our password. So I'll just come right here at the top of our code where we created our model. So I'll just come and create another model, which we're going to call a login model. And this is going to actually be a model. So I shall say namespace dot model. And then I'll just come right here and specify that this is actually going to be a model for logging in. Right after doing this, I'm going to come and create a dictionary containing the various fields. So in this case, we're going to have our email. And then this email is going to be, we're going to have fields. Dot. So this is going to be a string. So we shall pass required equals true. So it's going to be required. And then we shall also pass in a description. So I'm going to say that our description is going to be equal to, actually put this at the top so that you guys can see. So this is going to be an, actually going to come, so this is going to be an email. So just going to actually say an email. Right after doing this, I also provide the password. So I'm just going to come and say password is going to be fields. It's going to be fields dot string, and then it's also going to be required. So we shall say required equals true, and then we shall also pass in a description. So I'll say description is going to be equal to password. So right after doing this, I'm going to save, and then we shall decorate our method with the login with that. We shall actually say namespace.expect, and we shall expect our login model. So to do that, I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is say add of namespace.expect, and then in this case, I'm going to say we're going to expect our login model. So the first thing we're going to do is to access our data. So I'll just come right here and say that we're going to get is going to be our request object, and it's going to be in JSON. So we shall say get JSON. Now the next thing we're going to do is to actually go ahead and basically log in our user. So what we need to do is to query for if this user exists. So we're going to actually check if the email exists. So we shall say email is going to be equal to what we get from our data that's sent from our request body. So it's going to be data.get, and then we shall specify that this is going to be our email. Now, right after doing that, we are going to query if the user exists with that email. So we're going to say user is going to be equal to, so actually close that. So this is going to be our user. So I'll say user dot query. So we're going to use dot filter by, and then we're going to filter by the email. So we're going to get a user with this specific email. So if the email is equal to the email provided, and we want to get the first object with that specific email. So after getting the user with that email, then we want to check if that user exists. So we're going to say if user is not none. So basically, if the user is not none, that means if the user exists. And then what we also want to check for is if our password matches the hash that's stored within our database. So we're going to come and say and. So we're going to actually say and. In this case, we're also going to specify whether our password checks. So I'll say check password. So the first thing we have to do is to specify the user's password hash. So I'll say it will take in a user's password hash. So I'll just in the user's password hash. So I'll say user.password hash, and then the password candidate, the password that we provided in the request. So I'm going to say that our password is going to be our password is going to be equal to data.get, and in this case we're going to specify that it's going to be our password. So I'll just come right here and provide our password as the password, so which is going to be like that. So if we have our user existing, so I'm just actually going to put this in a parenthesis. So if our user is not none and the password check is passed, then what you need to do is to generate an access token with the identity of that specific user. So you're going to come right here, and what we shall do is to just come and say, so I'm going to actually create an access token. So Flask-JWT-Extended provides us with methods for creating both access tokens as well as refresh tokens. So I'll just come at the top of our code and import those methods. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say from Flask-JWT-Extended. So this is actually going to be JWT-Extended. We are going to go ahead and import our create access token. So we're going to import create access token and create refresh token. So we're going to import two methods, create access token and refresh token. So we're going to have create access token and create refresh token. Right after importing these methods, I'm going to go ahead and use them. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to basically create our access token. So we're going to have our access token. So I'll say access token is going to be equal to create access token. Then we shall provide an identity. So we want to store a user's identity in this access token. So in this case, what we're going to do is to store the identity as the username of that specific user. So we're going to say identity is going to be equal to username. All right, after doing that, we shall do the same thing for our refresh token. So I'm going to say refresh token is going to be equal to create refresh token, and then we shall provide the identity. So I'm going to put this up. So this is going to be identity, and then the identity is also going to be username. So what we need here is to be able to basically return this in a response. So we're going to basically return a dictionary containing our access token and our refresh token. So I'll do is to say that our response is going to be a dictionary having a key. So the key is going to be our access token, and this will be our access token. So we're going to just say that it's going to be our access token, and then we're also going to return our refresh token. So I'm going to put this up. So we're going to have this as our refresh token. So right after doing this, then we're going to return this as a response. So we shall say return our response, and then we're going to also return a status code. Okay, meaning that our user has successfully been logged in. So I'm going to save this, and then we're going to try to check this out in Insomnia. So I'll come to my Insomnia right here, and then I'll create a new request. So this new request is going to be the one for actually I'll say generate. So I'll say generate JWT. So post. So this is going to be a post method, and then I'll say create. So right in here, I'll say that we have a body, and this body is going to be JSON. So I'll create this as JSON. So we're going to provide our email. So we created our user with the name of with an email of jerry@gmail.com. So in this case, what I'm going to do is to provide our email first. So it's going to be our email, which is going to be jerry@gmail. So it's going to be jerry@gmail.com, as well as our password. So our password is going to be equal to, so this will be password 123. So I'll provide the URL, which is going to be localhost. So it's going to be localhost 5000 slash, in this case, we're going to have both, and then slash login. So we're going to try to create this. So I'm going to create this request. So when you send this, so you can't connect to the server. Let's try to see. Our server is actually not running. So I'll come and run Python run server.py. So this is going to run our server. I'll try sending the request again. And now we have not found. So let's actually try to see what's happening here. So when you go to our code, I will have it located on our /login endpoint. So let's try to actually see this sent to the post method. Actually supposed to access it via the auth login. So let me actually try to check. So we go to our Swagger UI and go to our localhost 5000. So right here we have auth. So this is going to be /auth/login. So let me try sending the request again. So right now we see that our access token and our refresh token have been created. So right now we've been able to acquire our access and refresh token. Now the next thing we're going to do is to create that route that's going to help us to actually refresh our token when the token expires. So what I'll do is to go to our Visual Studio Code. So I'm going to open up VS Code and then I'll create that endpoint. So I actually never included this as part of our documentation, but I'm going to add it in a moment. So what I'm going to do, say at auth. So this is going to be your namespace dot route. Then I'll call this route the refresh route. So basically it's going to help us to acquire a new access token in case our token has expired. So just going to remove this and then I'll create a class. So I'll call this class refresh. So I'll just simply call it refresh. And it's also going to inherit from resource. So what I'm going to do is to define the method. So in this case, our method is going to be post method. So just say post and then we shall say self. So right here, what I'll do is to simply acquire that because now we require to pass our refresh token in this request. So we're going to include this in our header so that we'll be able to access a new access token. So the first thing we're going to do is to get the identity of the currently logged in user. That means we shall have to protect this. So to protect our route, our protected endpoint, we're going to have to protect it with the JWT required decorator. So what I'll do is to first import it. I'll go to the top of our code. And then what I'll do is to actually go ahead and import. So I'll first do this so that I make this on multiple lines. So I'll go ahead and also import the JWT required decorator. So right after importing our decorator, I'll come right here and what I'll do is to basically decorate our method. So I'm going to decorate this method with a JWT required. And since we want a fresh JWT, a refresh token in this case, what we're going to do is to specify that refresh is equal to true. So what I've done is I've told Flask-JWT-Extended that what we require is to protect this endpoint and we shall only be able to access it when we have an access token. In this case, we're going to actually use our JWT, which is our refresh token. So after acquiring our refresh token, we're going to be able to get the identity of the user who this token belongs to. So we're going to do that by saying our current. Actually, we shall just say in this case, we used our username. So I'll just say username. And our username in this case is going to be, so I'll say our username is going to be get JWT identity. So I'm going to actually also import that from Flask-RESTX. So I'll say this is going to be JWT identity. So I'll come and also import it at the top of our code. So I'll come right here and I'll also add it. So this is going to be get JWT identity. So what this function is going to do is going to help us to acquire the identity of the user who created this token. So when I go right here, when I say that our username is equal to get JWT identity, this will only be called when you have that specific route being protected with JWT required. So after accessing our username, what we shall do is to create a new token that has the same identity as that user. But before we do that, what I'm going to do is to actually first return. So what I'll just do is to return. So in this case, I'm just going to return a simple username, and then this username is going to be the username. So I'll just say our username. And right now, after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save. So we're going to make a request to this endpoint. So I'll go back to my Insomnia. And what I'll do is to create that request. So I'll create a new request, and I'll call this to refresh. So I'll say refresh JWT, or actually say, let's just call it create new. So this is going to be create new JWT, and this is going to be via a post request. So I need to create this, and once you create this, then the next thing I'm going to do is to come and specify the URL. So our URL is going to be our local host. So it's going to be localhost. So this is going to be localhost 5000, and then it's going to be on the /auth endpoint, and then we shall specify that this is going to be refresh. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and provide our refresh token in our authentication authorization headers. So I'll just come to our generated JWT endpoint. I'll create the JWTs again. So I'm going to actually use the refresh token in this case. So I'll copy it. Right after copying it, I'll go to create a new JWT and I'll go to our header section. So in our header section, since we're going to pass our JWT in our authorization header, I'll come and give the key as authorization. And then in this case, what we need is to specify that this is going to be bearer and then the JWT or the refresh token. So in this case, I'm going to pass in bearer and then the refresh token. So what I'll do is to send this request. And right now, we can see the user who this token belongs to, which is Jerry in this case. So I'm going to go back to our to our VS Code, and what we shall do is to create a token, a new token based on the identity that we have here. So what I'm going to do is to remove this, and what I'll do is to actually call our access token. So I'll say our access token is going to be equal to create access token. Then we are going to set the identity to the identity of that user who created this token. So I'm going to pass in the identity as our username. So now we're going to just return what we're going to do is to return a response containing the new access token. So I'll just come and say return, and this is going to return our access token. So I'll basically say it's going to be our access token. And then here we shall just actually pass in our access token, and we can even return an HTTP status code. So I'll say HTTP status. Okay, so basically what's going to happen is we're going to return an OK status code after creating our refresh token. So I'm going to try it again. When I go back to our insomnia right here, I'm going to send this request again. Right now we can be able to access a new access token using our refresh token. Now that we have our authentication endpoint, we're going to go ahead and implement our other endpoint. So the first one we're going to implement is one for getting all our orders. And if we go to our Swagger UI, so I'm going to open up my Chrome right here. That endpoint is on the /order/orders endpoint. So I'm going to go to our code, and then I'm going to go to our views. So I'm going to be making use of two files, and that is going to be, so I'm going to close some of these files right here, and I'll open our order views. So within our other views, we have all endpoints specific to orders. So the first ones I'm going to take care of are the ones for getting all and placing a new order. So I'm going to come right here, and the first thing I'll do is to create a model that's going to help us to serialize the data that we pass on to our API, as well as to marshal our responses. So we expect our responses to be returned as JSON. And in this case, we're going to return them as objects. So we're going to create a model that we're going to use just like for when we are signing up a new user. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to open up our models.py file, as it's going to guide us into how to create this model. So I'm going to open up our orders file, and then right here I'll open up our order model. So I'm also going to open up our views file, so I'll have both of these files right here. So the first thing I'm going to do is to create this order model. So I'll just come right here below our order namespace, and then I'm going to use our order namespace to create that model. So I'll say order namespace dot, in this case I'm going to say model. So what I'm going to do in this case is to give the name of the model, and the name of the model in this case is going to be our order. So sorry for that. We're going to have order, and after that then we're going to also actually write the different fields specific to this model. So the first field is going to be our ID. Now this ID is going to be an integer, so for us to use our fields I'm going to have to import our fields. So I'll come right here and say we're going to have fields from Flask-RESTX, and then I'll say that this is going to be fields. So I'll say fields. This is going to be an integer, and right in here I'm going to basically give it a description. So I'm going to close some of that. So I'll say description. So our description in this case is going to be the ID. So I'll actually say an ID, and then right in here I'll come and also provide. So when I go back to our order model, we have our size. So our size is an enum. So we're going to look into how to basically create a field for an enum. So what we're going to do in this case is to write. In this case, I'm going to say that our size is going to be fields. So in this case, it's going to be a string. And then we have to specify the different attributes. So the first thing I'm going to give is a description. So I'm going to say, size of order. So in this case, I'm going to say size of order. And then the next thing is also to specify whether it's required or not in our request. So I'll say this is going to be required. So I'll say required equals true. And right after doing this, now I'm going to be able to specify that this is going to be an enum. So Flask-RESTX enum are basically generated by adding the enum attributes. I'll add an enum, and this enum is going to have a list of the different fields on our enum. So in this case, I'm going to create a list. And in this case, what I'm going to do is to check on our size enum. So I'll come to our size enum and I'll look at the different sizes we have. So right here, we have small, medium, large, and extra large. So I'll go to our base.py, and then within our enum file, within our enum list, I'll add. So in this case, we're going to add small, and then we're going to also add medium. Actually, this is going to be medium. And then I'm going to say the next one is going to be large. And then the next one is going to be extra large. So right after doing that, then the next thing we're going to do is to also create our order status field. So I'll come right here and add a comma, do the same thing. So this is going to be our order status. So we're going to have our order status. And this order status is going to be fields. So in this case, we're going to have fields dot. In this case, we shall have string. So it's going to be a string. So we're going to provide a description. So this is going to be our description for that particular field. So in this case, we're going to have the status of the order. So in this case, I'm going to say status of the order. So in this case, what I do is to also specify that it's required. So I'll just come right here. I'm going to pull this a little bit up. So when I say required, so in this case, we're going to actually have required being true. And then we shall also have our enum list. So in this case, we're going to have enum equals to a list of enum. So right here, we have our order statuses as in transit, delivered, and pending. So the first one is going to be pending. So just like we see here, so sorry for that. I'll just come right here and we have pending, in transit, and delivered. So I'll just come right here and say, so what you're going to have is pending as our first choice. Actually, it's the default choice. So I'll say pending. Then right here, we shall have in transit. So that's when an order is actually in transit. So I'll just say in transit. And I think I've made a mistake here, so I'll remove it. Now the next one is going to be delivered. So I'll just basically say it's going to be delivered. Now after doing this, then the next thing we're going to do is to use our order model to marshal a list and then return it to us. So we're going to take care of returning all orders. The first thing we're going to do is to query for all orders from our database. So we're going to write an SQLAlchemy query that's going to enable us to return all these orders. Now I'm going to create a variable right here. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a variable. Sorry for this. This variable is going to be our orders. And then it's going to make use of our order model. So I'll have to import it. I'm going to go to our top of our code. So it's located within our models package or models folder. And then we're going to go to the orders module, and then we're going to import our order module. So after importing our order model, then the next thing is going to be to make a query based on this order model. So I'll come right here and say that our order, we're going to say order dot query. So in this case, we're going to get all our orders. Right after getting all these orders, then the next thing is going to be to return these orders. So remember that this is a query set. So if we say something like return orders, it's actually going to return an object of type order, which is not JSON serializable. So I'll first actually return this, and we're going to use our HTTP status class from HTTP. So I'm just going to come right here and import it. So I'll say from, in this case, I'm going to say from HTTP. We're going to import our HTTP status. And right after importing our HTTP status, then I'm going to go ahead and basically come and return our HTTP status. So I'll say HTTP status dot. In this case, it's going to be our K. So meaning we're going to return a 200 status code. And after doing that, I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to basically state that we want this to be returned as JSON. So to do that, I'll just come right here and decorate our method. So I'll just come and say at order namespace dot. So in this case, we're going to marshal with the order that we've created, which is our order model. I actually never gave it a name. So I'm just going to come and call it our order model. So this is actually what we're going to marshal with. So I'm just going to come right here and say at order namespace dot marshal with, and in this case I'll say we're going to marshal with our order model. Right after doing this, then the next thing is going to be to test this endpoint. So I'm going to save this and then come to our Insomnia right here. So I'm going to open up my Insomnia. I'm going to create a new request. So this is going to be a new request. So I'm going to say that the name is going to be get or orders or retrieve all orders in this case. So this is going to be a GET request. I'm going to create it and I'll come here and specify that our URL is going to be localhost 5000. So we're going to have slash orders and then slash orders. So right after doing this, and the next thing I'm going to specify is actually this endpoint is going to be protected. So to do that, I'll just come right in our VS Code and I'll actually decorate this with a JWT required. So I'll just come right here at the top of our code and then I'll have to import our JWT required from Flask-JWT-Extended. So I'm going to come right here and say from Flask. This is actually going to be from Flask-JWT extended. So this is going to be extended. We are going to import so in this case, we're going to import our JWT required. So right after importing this, I'll come and decorate our method. So this is actually going to be a JWT required. So I'll say a JWT required. So once I save this, when you try to access this route, so I'm going to come right here and try to get this. So when I send this request, right now we are seeing that we are missing an authorization header. So I'll go to the generate a JWT endpoint, which is our login endpoint, and then be able to actually create this token. So I'm just going to send this request, and when I send, we're going to acquire an access token, which I'll copy and then include within our authorization header. So I'll go to the header part and then say that we're going to have our authorization header. So I'll come and say authorization, then give the value as bearer and then a token. So when I send this, right now we are returned with an empty list of objects, meaning we don't have any orders created. So we're going to go ahead and create our orders or place an order. So go back to our VS Code right here. And within our VS Code, we have our method for creating a new order or placing an order. So I'll just come right here and what I'll do, the first thing is going to be to specify which data we expect in our request or our payload. So I'm going to come right here and say at order, this is actually going to be our order namespace dot expect. So basically we are stating that we need data that is in the form of the model that we wrote or specified. So right after doing that, then the next thing is also going to be to protect this endpoint. So I'm going to protect it with JWT required. And right after protecting it, I'll just come right within our model, within our view, I'll remove the pass statement. So we're going to access the data first. So Flask-RESTX actually gives you a way to access this data. So we can access this data using our order namespace, and this is how we do it. So say data is going to be equal to order namespace in dot. In this case, we say payload. So this works like the way we used the way we used request.getJSON in Flask. So in this case, what we do is to actually use our namespace to return our data or our payload in this case. So if you want to see this in action, well, this just say return data. So we're going to return data, and what we expect is to get our HTTP status code of 201 or created. So I'll actually just say HTTP status dot created. So right after doing this, I'm going to try to send this. So I'm going to go to Insomnia right here. And within our Insomnia, I'll create a new request. So this new request is going to be for a place. And so I'm going to make this a post request. So I'll create it. So now that we require to have an authorization header, I'll actually go and copy our authorization header right here. I'll go and place it in our header. So I'll say it's going to be authorization. So having copied our access token, I'll just come right here and paste it in here. So this is actually going to be our access token. And now I'll come and specify that our URL is going to be the same. So I'll say localhost. So it's actually going to be localhost 5000. Then we shall have slash orders. So it's going to be orders slash orders. And after doing that, I'll specify our body. So I'll come right here and say that it's going to be JSON. So we shall provide our body as JSON. In this case, we're going to have a quantity. So let's say our quantity is going to be 3. And let's say our size. So in this case, we're going to specify our size as one of the enum as one of the fields provided in our enum. So in this case, we let's say want large. Now we're also going to specify that we want a flavor. So we want a flavor that's tricky. So we're going to specify that we want pineapple flavor. So when I send this, we expect our order to be created and then we're going to return our response. Now what I'm actually demonstrating here is our API or our order namespace payload. So when you send this request, right now we have an error, so we see that we sent a request because Flask is a bit picky in the way we send requests, we post requests. So what we need to do is to actually fix our URL. So I'll add a forward slash. So when we send this, we now see that our API payload has been returned to us. So what we need is to actually use this API payload to be able to create our orders. So we need to go back to our code within our VS Code. And what I'll do is to use our data. So our data is now a dictionary. So we're going to create a new order. So our new order is going to be of type order. So I'll just come right here and say our new order is going to be an order or an instance of order. So we're going to have it having our, so we're going to have our size, and then our size is going to be data. So we shall access the data with the key. So in this case, our key, for example, when you go back to our insomnia right here, we have a dictionary containing our quantity, our size, and our flavor. So we're going to be using our keys in this case. So what I'll do is to come to our insomnia right here. Sorry for that. And within our insomnia, I'll just actually it's within our VS Code. So I'm going to say that our size is going to be data and size. Shall do the same thing for our quantity. So I'll say quantity is going to be data, and then we shall have our quantity. And then we shall do the same thing for our, so in this case, we're going to have our flavor, and then it's going to be data dot, actually it's will be data flavor. So the next thing we're going to do is to also specify the user who created this order. So right now we have our order being created, but then we need to attach this order to a particular user. So what I'm going to do is to make sure that we have our order, the person who created this order being returned to us. So to do that, what I'll do is to actually come. So what I'm going to say is new user dot order. So actually this is new order dot. So if we are to go back right here to our orders, on our order column, we have a customer column that is basically to be a foreign key to our user, or to just establish this relationship between a person who created an order and the order. So what we're going to say is, in this case, I'll say that new order dot, in this case, we're going to say customer, and we need to get the identity of the currently logged in user or the person who made this request with this JWT. So to do that, what I'm going to do is to come right here, and when I come here, what I'm going to do is to, so I'll just come here, and what I'll do is to actually get our JWT identity. So I'll say get JWT identity. So we need to get the identity of that user. So I'll just come and say you need to get JWT identity. So right after doing that, I'll come right here, and then I'll specify that the identity of the user is actually going to be within the JWT. So I'll say that our username is going to be equal to get JWT. So it's going to be get JWT identity. And after calling that, then we shall access our current user. So I'll say current user is going to be equal to, so our current user is going to be a user with this username. So we shall do that by querying for the user. So I'll import the user model. I'll come right at the top here, and I'll say from dot models dot users. We are going to import our, so in this case it's going to be our user model. So I'll say it's going to be our user model. After importing our user model, then the next thing is going to be to actually attach this user to actually query for this user and then attach it to our order. So I'll come right here, and our current user is going to be user dot. So in this case, we're going to query for the user of that specific username. So I'll say query, sorry for this. Then we're going to say actually we can use get, but I'm going to filter by. So I'll say filter by, and in this case we shall have a username is going to be equal to that specific username of the user. Then we want to actually get the first user with that username. So we're going to say first. And right after doing this, then what we need is to actually attach this current user to that order. So I'll just come right here and say new order customer is going to be equal to our current user. And after doing this thing, we're going to also specify that special method on our order model. So I'll come to our orders, and right here I'll have we have a function that's going to help us to actually save that. So what this function is doing is to take in the object on which we are calling it and adding it to a database session or our SQLAlchemy session, and then finally committing it to our database. So instead of basically writing this logic in our code, what we're going to do is actually call this save method. So I'll come to our views right here. And what I'll say is new order. So in this case, we're going to say new order, but save. So I'm going to call this function on our new order. So what we want to return is our order that has been created. So to do that, I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is actually, so what we need here is return our order. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to actually return a new order. So I'll say return new order, and then I'll return our HTTP status dot created, meaning that our order has been created. So when you go back to our Insomnia right here, we're going to make this order. So let me actually maximize this so that you guys can see. So if I make this order, when I press send, so it seems like our server is not connected. So our server is not running. So I'm going to run our server again with Python run server.py. So I'm going to go back to Insomnia right here, and I'll send this request. And now we see that we have an error. So this is basically unprintable interface error. All right. So now that we've got this error, so this error may be due to our foreign key for the way we assign the user to one order. So what I'm going to do is to go back to our order. So I'll go back to our code, and we're going to look at our user model. So within our users.py, we have our orders relationship. So we specified our backref to be equal to user, and now we're using a wrong backref. So what we're going to do is to change our backref. So when I go back to our new order, so right here we're going to say that our new order dot user is going to be equal to our current user. So we're going to save this and then return our new order. But one thing we've forgotten is to specify how we're going to return this order. So right now we are returning an instance of type order that's not JSON serializable. So to do that, we're going to come actually and say order. So in this case, we're going to have an order namespace dot marshal. So I'm going to say marshal with, then we're going to marshal this object with our order model. So when I save this, we expect that it's going to create an order based on the data we've given, and then return for us our order model as JSON. So I'll go right to our Insomnia. So I'll go to our Insomnia, and when I make this request again, now we see that our order has been created. So basically, our issue was with the way we assign a user to an order. We have so far been able to create an order. So for example, if we placed an order, we could be able to create an order. We've also implemented an endpoint for getting all orders. So when I go to get all orders and make this request, we return a list of orders. Now let's go ahead and implement that route that can help us to access an order by its ID. So I'm going to go to our code right here. And within our code, I'm going to go to our order view. So I'll close some of this. I'm going to have our order view. So I'll come right here. I'll look for that specific route for getting an order by its ID. So right in here, the first thing I'm going to do is to first remove this first statement, and then I'll first query for that order by its ID. So I'm going to go back to our order model right here, and I'll define a simple function. So this is going to be a class method that's going to allow us to query for an order by its ID. So I'll say add class. So this will be a class method, and then we're going to define this class method. So I'm going to call it get by ID. And what this is going to do is going to help us to get that specific order by its ID. So I'll pass in the class as well as the ID. And right after doing that, this function is just going to return for us the query that returns a specific order by its ID. So I'll say return class dot query dot. So in this case, we can say get get of 404, meaning we want to get it and return a status of 404 in case it's not found. So I'm just going to say get or 404, and then I specify that we're going to use our ID. Now after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and use this. So I'll come to our views right here, and within our views, I'm going to go ahead and query for our order. So I'll say order is going to be equal to, in this case, I'll say order dot, in this case, I'll say get by ID, and then provide our ID. So in this case, our ID is going to be the order ID that we provided right in our view function. Now, right after doing that, we're going to simply just return this order. So I'll just say return, and this is going to be our order. And then we shall provide an HTTP status. So I'm going to say HTTP status. In this case, I'm going to say OK. So we are returning 200 status code of OK. So right now, after doing this, now we need to also specify that we need this to be returned as JSON. Now, by default, we are returning this order, but it's an object of type order and it's not JSON serializable. So what I'm going to come and do is to decorate this. So I'll just say at order namespace dot, in this case, mashow with. So I'll say dot mashow with. And then I'll specify that we're going to mashow this specific order using our order model that we created when getting as well as creating orders. So I'm just going to say that we're going to have our order model. So after saving this, I'm going to go to my insomnia right here, and then I'll try to get that specific order. So I'll just say get order by ID. So this is going to be a get request right here, and I'll create it. So after creating it, I'm just going to provide the URL. So our URL is going to be localhost 5000. So in this case, we shall have slash. This will be orders, and then I'll say the order, and then the order ID in this case. So let's want to get an order with ID of 1. So I'll say order of ID 1. So when you try to get this, right now it returns the order with ID of 1. So let's try to get that one with order with ID of 2. So when I send, it returns that one of ID 2 and ID 3, just like you see right here. So let's go ahead and also protect this endpoint so that we'll be able to access it only if we actually have a JWT. So I'm going to head over to our Visual Studio Code right here, and what I'm going to do is to add the JWT required decorator. So I'll just come here and say JWT required. So I'll save this. Now after saving this, if we try to access now, we only access it when we have a JWT. So I'll get a JWT right here. And when we have this JWT, I'll basically place it in our authorization header. So I'll say authorization. It's going to be authorization, and then I'll give the value as bearer, and then a token. So when I send this, we are now able to access that specific route. All right, so let's go ahead and also implement that one for getting users orders. So I'm going to come to our VS Code first, and then I'm going to look for that specific route for getting a user's orders. So it's actually here, get all orders by a specific user. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to basically make a query for a user with that specific user ID. So the first thing I'll do is to import our user model. So I'll come at the top of our code, and actually we have it imported already here. So what I'm going to do is to be able to basically query for that user. So I'll say that our user is going to be equal to a user. So I think I'm going to do the same thing like we did for our orders. So I'm going to pull up my user models. So within our user models, I'm going to go ahead and write the same class function that's going to enable us to get a user by its ID. I'll actually just copy it from here, and then I'll go ahead and paste it right here. So this is going to be our class method. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. I'm going to close some of these. So right in here, I'll just come and say user.get by ID, and then specify the user ID. So in this case, it's going to be our user ID. Right after getting our user ID, now we also need to get orders attached to that specific user. So we're going to come when I save. So what happens is whenever we create an order, we are actually, let's see, when we create an order, we are able to attach that order to a specific user. So what you want to do is to return orders that belong to that specific user. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to first get that user's order. So I'll say orders. is going to be equal to. So right here, we are going to actually create orders by that specific user to get orders that were made by that specific user. So I'll say, so right in here, I'll say orders is equal to, in this case, we shall say user dot orders. And this is coming from the relationship that we created between our user and the order table. So right after doing this, then since this is going to be a list of orders, then you need to return it as a list. So I'll just come and decorate this with at order namespace. So this is going to be at order namespace. Right here, I'm going to say Marshall list with. So this is going to be Marshall list with. Since we are returning a list of orders, then I'll provide our order model. So this is basically going to serialize our orders. So right in here, I'll just come and say return, and this is going to return our orders. So I'll just return our orders. Then HTTP status of 200. So I'll say HTTP status of 200. Okay. We also need to protect this route. So for example, if I protected this, I'll just come right here and say at JWT. So this is going to be a JWT required. So when I save this, so we expect that we are going to get orders that are specific to that user. So when I go back to my insomnia right here, I'm going to create this request. So actually, let me first copy the URL. So let me actually go right here in our Swagger UI. So when I go to our Swagger UI here, we have that route for getting a user specific order. So I'm going to actually users orders. So I'm just going to copy this URL right here. So which is orders, user ID, and then orders. So I'm going to come to my insomnia right here. I'll create the new request, and then I'm going to call it get all orders by user. So I'm going to call this a get request and then create it. So this will be our localhost. It's going to be localhost 5000. So this will be 5000 slash orders slash. So our URL is actually, so let's see, slash user ID and then orders. I'm going to copy this. When I go to insomnia right here, I'll provide this. So let's say want orders by a user with ID of 1. So let's see if that user really exists. So I have a tool called SQLite browser that allows us to be able to check for the tables in our database. We need to open that tool, and we already have our orders, our order tables, our user table, and our Alembic version, which is created by Flask-MIgrate. So when I go to our browse data, I'll go to our users table right here. And right now we are going to basically look for orders created by a user with ID of 1. So when I come right here in our insomnia, let's actually see, I created a new user. Go to the body part. That was Jonathan. So what we expect is to get orders made by Jonathan, because we actually made by Jerry. So that is ID of 1. So when I go to get all orders by ID of 1, when I try to send this, we are missing authorization header. So I'm going to come and generate one. So actually copy this JWT right here. When I go to all orders, I'll go to the header section. I'll provide the authorization header right here, and then I'll provide the value as bearer, and then our token. So when I send, right now we can be able to see all orders created by this user, and this is because we established a relationship between our two tables, our order table and our user table, which was that we would actually get all orders made by a specific user via user.orders. So when I try to get orders made by user 2, so let's say we have a user 2, which is Jonathan, and I send this request. Right now we see that the orders attached to that user are 0, or there are no orders attached to that particular user. So right now let's go ahead and get a user specific order. So the first thing we're going to do is to get that user who made an order. So we shall get the user with user is equal to user. So what shall say is user dot get by ID, then we shall specify the user ID. So I'm going to provide our user ID. Right after doing that, then we're also going to get that order that has that specific ID. So to do that, what we're going to say is order. So we shall look for the order So what you're going to actually do is to look for that specific order that has that ID and it's for that user. So you're going to say order. So our order is going to be equal to order dot query. So in this case, you're going to query for that specific order with that ID, or we're going to actually return a list of orders with that ID. But in this case, it's actually going to be one since every order has one ID. So we're going to query by ID. So I'll say query. Actually, what I'll do is to say order dot get by ID, and then we shall provide our order ID. So it's going to provide our order ID. Now, what we need is to also filter those orders by an order that belongs to that specific user. So I'll just use the filter by. So I'll say filter by, and in this case, let me actually put it up here. So when we say filter by, we're going to filter by the order. So in this case, we shall look for that order that has the customer as the order user. So in this case, we're going to say if the user is equal to the user that you queried for. So we're going to actually search for that specific object. And right after doing that, and I'm just going to come and return that order. So I'll say return order. So I also provide a HTTP status. So this is going to be HTTP status dot OK. So I'm also going to go ahead and specify how we're going to measure this response. So I'm going to come just right at the top of this method. What I'll say is at order namespace. So dot. So this is going to be measure with, and then I'll specify that we're going to measure with our order model. So after doing this, then we expect to also protect this route. So I'm going to protect it with a JWT required, and then I'm going to save. So when I save this, we're going to try to actually get this user. So I'll copy this endpoint right here, and after copying it, I'm going to simply come within our insomnia right here. I'll create a new request. So this new request is going to be get users. So this is going to actually be get a user specific order. And right after there, this is going to be a get request. So I'll go ahead and create it. So I'll just paste in our URL here. So I'll add localhost. So it's going to be on localhost 5,000. So I'll say 5,000. So here we're going to have slash user, and then we're going to have the user ID. So let's get one with user ID of 1, and then let's get the order with the order ID of 1. So when I try to send this, when you send this, what's going to happen is actually we have 404 not found. So let's see what we did. Actually, we're going to first close this. I think I made a mistake in the URL, so excuse me for that. I'll remove this, and when I provide our order ID, so when I send this, you see that our URL was not found. So I have user /1 order /1. Actually, this is going to be on our /orders endpoint, something I forgot, because this is on users endpoints. So when I make this request, right now we see that we're missing an authorization header, which I'm going to come and provide. So I'll provide this with authorization, and then I'll say this is going to be error, and then our token. Actually, it's not our token. So I'll go right here when we generate a JWT, where we generate a JWT. So I'm going to copy this. So when I come right here, get a user specific order, I'll provide our token, and when we send this, right now we expect, so basically we are having an error. So order object has no attribute filter by. So let's actually see what's wrong. Let me try to see. So get by id dot filter by. So basically this returns the ID. So what you can do is to actually use the query by SQLAlchemy. So you can say dot query dot get, or we can actually say dot query dot filter by. So I'm going to filter by order ID, and then filter by if the user equals to the user. So when you try to send this, so right now we see filter by text 1 positioner argument, but 2 are given. Let me actually see. So what we have here is so what I was actually going to do is say the ID, if the ID is equal to the order ID, then filter by the user. So let's try to actually see this. So when I try to send, right now we see that it's returning that specific request. So let's go ahead and look at how we can be able to update our orders. So I'm going to come right to our VS Code right here, and I'm going to go to the route that updates our order. So right now we have update an order with ID of what? Of the order ID that we provided here. So I'm going to go ahead and query for that order. So I'll say our order to update, I'll actually say it's going to be our order to update is going to be equal to order dot, in this case I'll say get by ID, then I specify that our ID is going to be our order ID. So right after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and also get the data that comes as our payload. So for us to specify which kind of data we want through this request, then we're going to decorate our method with API.expect. In this case, we're going to actually say, we're going to say at order, going to be our order namespace dot expect, and then we shall specify that we are expecting our order model. So right after doing this, then I'll get our data by using our order namespace dot payload. So I'll just say this order namespace dot payload, meaning the data we get from our API. And right after doing that, then we're going to update our order using the different data that has come to our endpoint. So I'll come and say order to update dot, in this case want quantity, so we shall get the quantity, and this is going to be equal to our data, and then we shall have our quantity. So we're going to do the same thing. So I'll say order update dot, in this case we shall say size, and this is going to be equal to data and then size, so we shall have size, and we're going to have the same thing. So I'll say order to update dot, in this case we shall have our flavor. So let's say we have our flavor. So this is going to be data, and then we shall get flavor out of this. So right after doing this, then what I'm going to do is to basically save this to our database. So we're going to come and just say DB. So we're going to actually import our DB, our SQLAlchemy instance. So I'm going to say from utils and .db, we are going to import our SQLAlchemy instance, which we call DB. So I'm just going to come right here, and I'll say db dot session dot commit. And right after doing that, then the next thing I'm going to do is to return the updated order. So we shall say return. In this case, we shall have our order to update and then an HTTP status. Actually, we're going to say HTTP status dot. In this case, what we want to return is okay. So right after doing this, then I'm also going to specify how we're going to measure this response. So I'm going to come right here and provide order namespace dot measure with. So I'll just say measure with, and then I'll provide order model. So right after doing that, then the next thing I'm going to do is to actually try out this. So actually first protect this. I'll say at JWT required, and then save. So then I try to go back to my insomnia right here. I'm going to come and call this. So this is going to be update. Update and order. So I'll just say update and order. So this is going to be a put request. So I'm going to specify that our body is going to be in JSON form. So when I create this, I'm going to also provide our authorization header. So I'll come and say our header is going to be an authorization header. It will have a value of bearer and then the JWT. So I'm going to specify our, so right here I already have our body as JSON, so we shall put in our size. So let's say we want our size to be small, and then let's say we want our quantity. So in this case, we're going to specify our quantity to be, let's say 3. Then we're also going to have our, so we're going to also give in our, so in this case, we're going to give in our flavor. Our flavor is going to be, let's say, chicken, I don't know which flavor. So I'm going to provide the URL. So our URL in this case is going to be, so when I go back to our code, the URL for this specific endpoint is going to be /order ID. So I'm going to come right here, go to insomnia and put in our URL. So this is going to be on localhost /order, and then you shall provide the order ID. So in this case, I'll provide our order ID. So let's say our order ID of 1. So when you provide this, when I try to send this, So right now it seems like our server has broken, so let's try to restart it. Actually our server is running. So let me see. When I tried saying, actually this is going to be on our localhost 5000. I made a mistake in our URL. So when I tried saying this, right now we see that it's not found, and I think that's because we have forgotten that this is on our orders. So when I try to send this again, right now we see orders, order, and then /1. So let's actually see right here. So if I go to our Swagger UI here, so in our orders right here, we have order/order and then the order ID. So let me actually try to send this request once again. I think it's because of a /. So when I send this, right now we see that our order has been updated. So let's try to actually delete our order. So I'm going to go right here in our VS Code. So we basically have a route for deleting an order, and I think that's on our, so let's see, this is going to be retrieving an order by its ID. So this is updating an order. So you have the one for deleting an order. So this is going to be quite straightforward. So we're going to first query for the order to delete. So in this case, we shall say order to delete. It's going to be equal to order dot. In this case, we shall say get by ID. Then we specify that we want to get it by its order ID. So I'll provide the order ID. Right after providing the order ID, then we're going to simply delete it. So in this case, I'm also going to write a simple method on our order model that's going to allow us to delete this. So just come right in here on our order model. So I'll go to our orders, and then right here I'll just come and say that we're going to write a simple function. So this is going to be a delete function, and it's going to take in the object we want to delete. So right after specifying that, then we shall add it to our session. So actually just delete it using our db session. So we're going to say db.session.delete, and then we shall come here and provide self, and then right after doing this, then we're going to say db.session.commit, basically saving it to our database. So when I save this, I'm going to go to our biz.py and then say order.delete. And right after doing this, actually this is going to be our order to delete. So, and after doing this, then we're going to basically return a response. So this response is going to be with this 204 status code, meaning no content. Therefore, our specific order has been deleted. So I'll just come right here and say return, actually say return order to delete, and then http.status, then in this case we shall have no content. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and also decorate this with, so just come here and say at in this case we're going to have at order namespace. So this is actually going to be at order namespace dot, so in this case we shall say dot expect, actually not expect. So in this case what we want to do is actually just protect it. So we're just going to protect it with JWT required, since we don't expect any data, and since we are not going to even measure our response, we're going to just protect it. So when I go to isomia right here, I'm going to create a new request. So this request is going to be a request, so I'll just say delete. So this is going to be for deleting an order. So I'm going to delete an order, and after deleting an order, I'm just going to come and call this a delete request. So I'm going to create this. So I'm going to provide a URL. So this is going to be localhost 5000/orders and then /order and then the order ID. So I'll provide the order ID. So I'll come right here and also provide the authorization header. So I'll say authorization, and in this case we're going to have our error and then our token. Actually, you haven't provided that token. So I'll go ahead and go to the JWT endpoint. So I'll get our JWT, go back to deleting an order right here, provide our JWT. Now after doing this, we see that our token has expired, so I'll try to generate a new token. So I'm just going to come and recreate this. So you're going to get a new token right here. Just going to come and delete an order with this token. So just going to come right here and send this. So object of type order is not JSON serializable, so I can actually use our order. So let me actually just say at order namespace dot measure with. So in this case, I'm going to say measure with, and then we shall specify that we want to measure with our order model. So when I save this and try to send this request, right now we see that the requested URL was not found, and this is because the order was deleted. So let's try to actually go ahead and get it. So when I try to search for that specific order with ID of 1, so I'll actually change our token. So I have data token right here. So when you send this, we now see that the URL is not found. This is because our order has been deleted. Now that we've been able to work on most of the routes that can help us to create, read, and update our orders, we're going to go ahead and implement that route for updating an order status. So we have that route situated right here, and we're going to go ahead and implement its logic. Now we need some sort of way to accept data that comes to the API. So we're going to create a model that's going to only have that one field of the order status that we're going to update. So we're going to come right at the top of our code, and I'm going to create that order status model. So I'll come and say order. So this is actually going to be our order status model. So we shall call it the order status model. This is going to have our order namespace. So we're going to create this model from our order namespace. I'll say order namespace. So and then we shall give this a name. So I'm just going to call it order status. Right after giving it a name, we're going to go ahead and specify the various fields that we're going to form this model. So we're going to say our field is going to be order status. Now, since this is going to be a field, we're going to specify which kind of field it's going to be. So we're going to call it fields. Then it's going to be a string field. So we're going to say fields.string, and then we're going to give a description. So we can provide actually we're going to say required equal to true. Now we're going to also give a description. So I can come right here and say that our description is going to be equal to. So this is going to be order status. So since this is going to be an enum field, and you're going to also specify that enum is going to be equal to the list of the order statuses that we have. For example, we have pending, we have in transit. So this is going to be in transit. So I'm going to get this to transit. We're also going to have delivered. So this is going to be delivered. So let me correct this. So this will be delivered. Now what we're going to need is an enum that one of the keys that belong to our enum. For example, pending, in transit, and deliver. That's what we're going to actually use to update our order status. So we need to go right to this route, and the first thing I'll do is to specify which kind of data we're expecting. Just going to come and declare our method. So for this, so it's going to be at order. So it's going to be at order namespace. In this case, we're going to say expect, since we are expecting data from our API. Then we shall specify that we need data from our order status model. Now, after that, then we're going to access our data via, so we're going to say that our data is going to be equal to our order namespace. Actually, it's going to be our order namespace. But in this case, we shall say the payload. So we need to access this via the payload. And after accessing this data, then we're going to go ahead and basically query for that specific order that you want to update. So in this case, I'll say order to update. So this will be update, and this is going to be equal to. So we're going to query for this. So shall say order. Now say dot. Since we wrote our convenience method to get it by ID, I'll just call get by ID and then specify that we need to get this by the order ID that we passed within our function. Now, right after doing that, I'll go ahead and update this with the order status that we put from our payload. So I'll do this with saying order. So this is going to be our order to update dot. Then in this case, we shall specify that what we want to update is our order status. And then we shall update it to what we get from our payload. So I'll say this is going to be data, and then we shall access this with order status. So since this is a dictionary, we use the key to access the value of that specific dictionary. So in this case, we're going to access the order status. And right after getting the order status, then we're going to go ahead and basically return, actually save this to the database and then be able to return our response. So to do this, I'm just going to come and say eb.session So it's going to be db.session, meet, finally saving it to our database, and then we shall come right here and return our response. Just going to come and say return. Going to return our order to update, and then we shall return an HTTP status code of 200. I'll just say HTTP status. Okay. Now we need some way of being able to return this object as a JSON object. So I'll just come right here and I'll decorate our function with at. In this case, we're going to say order namespace dot measure with. So in this case, we're going to say measure with, and then we shall specify that we want to measure with our order model. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and test this route. Now I also need this to be protected. So I'll just come and say at. In this case, we're going to have JWT required. So we're going to have this protected as well. Now when I go back to Insomnia here, I'm going to create a new request. So this new request is going to be a request. So I'll say this is going to be for updating and that status. So this is going to be for updating and other status. And then right after doing this, I'll specify that our method is going to be patch, and then I'll specify that our body is going to be in terms of JSON. So I'll go ahead and create this. Now after creating this, I'm just going to come right here and I'll give our route. So in this case, our route is going to be localhost 5000, and then I'll say slash. So I'm going to go and copy the route. So I'll come to our code right here in my Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to copy the endpoint. So this is going to be this endpoint. So I'll come right back to our Insomnia right here, and I'll provide this endpoint. So this is going to take in the order ID. So for example, in case you want to update an order, we shall need its ID. So I'm just going to come and get all orders. We're going to send this. Now we have our token expired. So I'll just come right here to get in all orders. And it seems like I have only 2 orders for 2 and 3. So what I'm going to do is actually to generate a new JWT. So I'll come and generate a new JWT. And right after, I'll copy this JWT. Now we require this as well if we want to access all orders. So let's try to get all orders. When I try to get all orders, we have an all JWT. For example, if I send, they are telling us our token has expired. So I'll place in the new token. So I'll just come right here, place in the new token and send. Now this is going to return only orders with ID of 2 and 3. So what I'm going to do in this case is to be able to update that one, the order status of that one with ID of 2. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to say update and order status. So I'll come and provide an authorization header. This is going to be authorization, and then right in here, I'll say here we're going to have our token. So right after here, I'm just going to come to our JSON part, and then I'll specify that we're going to have our order status. So in this case, we're going to have order status. And right here, we are going to have our order status. So for example, let's say our order is in transit. So we can just come right here and say that our order is going to be in transit. Now let's try to send this. So we're going to specify that our order ID is going to be of ID 2. So when I try to send this, right now we see not found. Seems like we made a mistake of some sort, but let's see. So our route is status / int order ID. So that means you don't have the /. So I'll just remove it now. And when you try to send this, actually see not found. So this is on the /orders endpoint. That's why it's not working. So I'll basically come right here and send it on /orders and then /order status and then the ID. So when I send this, we now see that our order status has been updated successfully.
Alright, so now we've implemented most of our routes for orders and authentication, and now we're going to look at how we can be able to handle most of the errors that we shall be facing. So Flask-RESTX provides us with very many ways to handle these errors. We can be able to use Werkzeug, which comes with Flask because Flask depends on it. We can even use a bot. You can actually even use the API handler method provided by Flask-RESTX. So let's look at how we can use our API handler method. So we need to go within our init.py file. That's the entry point of our application. And then right here as well, we're going to create our custom error handlers. So custom error handlers are just going to take care of most of the default error handlers we've been having. For example, the 404 not found error handler. So I'm just going to come right here and use that error handler, our error handler method. I'll just say in this case I'll say API dot, in this case I'm going to say error handler, And then this takes in an exception. So we're going to use Werkzeug's exception classes. So all these exception classes actually inherit from the HTTP exception class that comes from Werkzeug. So I'm just going to come at the top of our code and I'm going to import some of those classes. So I'm going to say from Werkzeug.exception. In this case, I'm going to import, the first one is going to be the not found exception. So I'll say not found. And after importing not found, then we're going to carry out or write our custom error handler for a 404 not found error. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to add our not found. So this is actually going to be not found. And I'm going to go ahead and write a function that's going to basically carry out this. So I'm just going to come right here and say not found. So this is going to take in a parameter, and in this case, this parameter is going to be the error. So right after getting the error, then we shall specify what to return. In this case, I'm just going to return a response. So in this response is going to have our error, and then our error is going to be a message. So in this case, we shall just say not found. And then we shall also have to specify the status code which we shall return. So we're going to return an HTTP status code of 404. Now let's also try for API.errorHandler. So we're going to create one for the method not allowed. So it's going to be the same process. So I'll just say at API.error handler. So let's say error handler, and in this case we're actually going to specify that this is going to be a method not allowed. So I'll import that from our Werkzeug. So I'll just come right here and say method not allowed. So right here I'll just come and also provide method not allowed. So let's say in this case we're going to provide method not allowed. So I'll create a function, and this function is actually going to be method not allowed. So I'll just call it method not allowed. So this is going to take in an error, and it will return a response. So let's say return, and in this case it's going to return a response. So I'll say error, and then here we shall have a method not allowed. So in this case I'm going to say method not allowed. So once we have this, then I can specify the status code as well. For example, this is going to be a 405 error. So once we have this, then I can go ahead and save. So when I save this, I'm going to go and basically make a request just to test out our custom error handlers. So let's say we wanted to update the order status of an order that does not exist. So when we go to our UI right here, so let's say we want to update an order status of ID 21. So let's say we send this request. Right now we see an error handler and the message basically telling us that the requested URL was not found. Therefore, our error handlers are working. Let's also try to send this with maybe a put request or a post request. So let's actually try with a post request. So when you try this and send, right now we see 405 not allowed, and then the clue which basically tells us that the method is not allowed for this requested URL. Now let's also go ahead and catch some of our errors. So for example, if we're trying to sign up our user, we use our email and our username. But if the user exists with certain email, we expect to actually return an error, and in this case we never did it. So for example, if I went to create new user account endpoint and I signed up a user, right now we see that we are actually supposed to return a 409 conflict, but this is by default supposed to return this SQLAlchemy integrity error. Now let's look at how we can be able to catch this error. So I'm just going to come within our code. So I'm going to come within our views of the authentication. So I'm just going to come within our authentication views right here. And what I'll do is to actually make this user, check if this user exists. So actually, where we're going to sign up a user right here, we're going to be able to catch the error that is returned in case a user of that email exists. So we have a unique constraint on our email field in our database, and this is actually not going to allow us to create a user with that specific email. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to add a try catch block or a try except block in this case. So I'll just say try, and in this case I'll add all of the code for creating a new user. So I'll just write all of these and add it to our try block. And then within our try block, I'm also going to write an except block that's going to accept this exception. So I'll just come right here and say except, and then I'm going to accept all exceptions that may arise in case this user is not created. So what I'll do is to just come and say accept exception as E. And in this case, I'll raise an error. So for example, I'm just going to come and raise. So I'm going to raise the conflict error. So I'm actually going to use Werkzeug's error. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll say from. So in this case, I'm going to say from Werkzeug. So this is going to be from Werkzeug dot exceptions. I'm going to come and import our, so in this case, I'm going to import the conflict, which is a 409 error. So right after doing this, I'm just going to come right here and I'll simply raise the conflict. So I'll just say conflict, and this is actually going to be conflict. And once we have our conflict, we can give it a description. For example, I can say this is going to be a user already exists. So I can say, actually, I can even give a clue that the user will search an email. So I can return an F string. So this is going to have user with email, and then we shall place in our email, which is actually going to be data.email. So we may say data, and then we're going to give our email. So in this case, it's going to be data.getEmail. Actually, it's going to be data.get, and then we shall specify our email. So once we do this, then we can say the user exists, and hoping that this is going to work. So in itself, it's actually going to work. So in itself, in this case, we expect that the server is going to return a conflict and an error. So when you try to send this, so when I go back to our sign up, I'm going to send this. And when I send this, we actually see that our error handler is now working. So right now we can see that the user with that email already exists. Alright, so let's do the same thing for our login endpoint. So I'm going to just come right here. So we have our login endpoint. So we have a condition that says that if a user is not none, or if a user exists, and if the password hash of the user actually matches the password in the password hash, if the password of the user matches our hash in the database, then you need some way of creating a JWT which will return in the response. I also want to catch that error that may arise if these credentials don't exist. So just going to come right here, and what we shall do is to return an exception. So I'll say return. So what we want to return is a bad request error. So I'll just import that from Werkzeug. So I'll just come right here and say import bad request. So in this case, we're going to have bad request. And right after importing bad request, then the next thing I'm going to do is raise this bad request. So I'm just going to come and raise the bad request. So instead of return, we're actually going to raise a bad request. So I'm going to say raise bad request. And then right here, I'll specify that we are going to return a bad request error. So this is actually going to be invalid username or password. So we're going to actually say invalid username or password. So in this case, we're going to have invalid username or password. So we expect that this is going to return an error of 400 as well as the message. So let's try actually doing this. So when I come right here to our Insomnia, so I'm going to go to my Insomnia and go to the route that generates a JWT. So let's actually say we are logging in with the user of 123@gmail.com who does not exist. So when I send this, we actually get a 400 error that says invalid username or password.
At this point, we've reached a time where we have written most of our routes for both our orders as well as our authentication. Now we're going to go ahead and test these endpoints using unit testing. So I'm going to be using the unit test module that comes with Flask as well as Pytest, which is going to provide for us the test runner that's going to allow us to run these tests. Now let's get started. So I'm going to go to our code. And within our code, what I'm going to do is to create a folder. So I'm going to create a folder within our API project. So I'm going to call this tests. And within our test, I'm going to create our init.py to label this as a Python package. So I'm going to come here and say new file. So this is going to be our init.py file. And now after creating this init.py file, I'm going to go ahead and create other files. So I'm going to create one for testing orders and another one for testing the user endpoint. So this is going to be for testing orders. I'm also going to go ahead and create that one for testing our users. So I'll call this test users. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be implementing our test case classes that are going to be from unit test. So unit test allows us to create these test classes that we are going to write. So for example, I'm going to start with a test of users. So I'm going to import unit test. So I'm going to come and import unit test. And after importing unit test, then we're going to make use of the test case class that comes from unit test. So let me actually enlarge this a little bit and close this. So I'm going to create my class. This class is going to be the one for user. So I'm going to call this the user test case class. And this is going to inherit from the unit test case class. So we're going to say unit test dot test case. And right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and write tear down and set up functions. So tear down and set up functions are functions that run each time we run a test. So for example, if we needed to like initialize our database as well as get rid of it, then we need to call these functions. So what I'm going to do is to write these functions. So I'm going to start with our setup function. So I'm going to say set up. So it's going to be set up. It's going to take itself for now and just going to simply pass it for now. I'm going to also create a tear down function. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say tear down. So this is actually going to be a tear down function. And right after creating our tear down function to also take itself, and we shall just pass this for now. Now we also have configuration specific to our app in testing, and we're going to set those up. So I'm going to go to our project, and within our config, so I'm going to go to our config folder, and within our config.py folder, we have a class that basically defines the testing that we want to, the kind of configuration we want to use for our testing. So I'm going to close this, and when you come to our test config, we're going to set up what we want. So we're going to be using an in-memory database for our testing because we do not want to create a separate database for testing. So I'm going to be using SQLite that can also run in memory. So we're going to first set up our database URI. So I'm going to remove this. And before I actually do anything, so I'll have to tell Flask that it's running in a test environment. So I'll set up testing, and I'll set testing to true. Right after setting testing to true, then I'm going to copy some of the settings we have here. So I'm going to copy the SQLAlchemy settings, and I'll come right here and I add them. So I'm going to come right here, also specify that I want to keep my debug. Actually, let me leave debug to true. So I have the following settings. Now the first setting we're going to change is the one for our database URI. So right here I have an SQLite database URI pointing to an SQLite 3 database. But what we want in this case is to use an in-memory database. So what I'll do is to remove all of this. And the way we can specify that our database is going to be in memory is by simply giving SQLite this database URI. So this basically means that we're going to keep our database in memory. And right now, we're going to keep our track modifications false, so we shall not be able to track any modifications in our database schemas. We're going to keep our SQLAlchemy to true, so that we'll be able to monitor which SQL is generated each time we do anything on our database. Now, right after having these configurations, then we're going to go ahead and set up our app. So I'm going to go to our test users.py, and within our test users.py, we're going to call our create function that we created within our API. So let's go back to our folder. So when I go to our folders right here, within the root of our project, we have an init.py file that has the create app function. So the create app function is the point of our application that actually helps us to create multiple instances of our application. So what I'm going to do is to come right within our test users. I'll import our create app function. So I'll say from. So since we're using packages, in this case, I can access our API folder by saying but. In this case, it's going to go 2 steps backward from the current folder we are in. And in this case, I'm going to just say import our create app. And this is because the create app function is located within the init.py file or in the root project folder of our application code. So right after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and set up our app. So I'm going to come right here in our setup function, and I'll say self. So I'm going to create a class variable. So this is going to be our app. And in this case, it's going to be the instance or the instance of our create app function. So we're going to use our application factory to create an instance of our app, but in testing in this case. So I'll just say is equal to create app. And now when you go back to our init.py file, so I'm going to come right here. We have this create app function taking in a config. So right now it takes this config from the config dict, and by default it's our development configuration. So when you go to our config right here, so I'll go to config, and when I go to our config.py within our config folder, we have a config dictionary. So this config dictionary gives us keys that allow us to use the different classes. So in this case, we want to actually access the class for testing. So to do this, I'm just going to get the testing key. And when I come right here, I'm going to come and specify config. And in this case, our config is going to be the key of testing. So I'm going to import our config dict. So I'll say from .config. And in this case, we're going to actually enter our config module as well. So we're going to import our, so in this case, I'm going to import our config dictionary. So I'll say config dict. So I'll just come right here and then try to reference the key of testing. So in this case, we're going to actually access the class for testing. And right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and push this to an application context. So to do that, I'm going to come and say, we're going to actually create an application context first and then push this up to the application context. So I'm going to remove this. And what I'll do is to say self dot, in this case, I'm going to say app context. So this is actually going to be self dot app. In this case, we shall say dot app context. So in this case, we want to create an app context. So I'll just add this to an app context. So I'll say app context. And right after creating our app context, and we want to push our current app to our app context. So what I'll do is to say self dot. So in this case, it's going to be dot app context. And then right here, I'll just come and say push. If you want to see me make a video about different application contexts and what this is all about, please leave it down in the comments. I'll be pleased to make such a video. So let's go ahead. So after creating our application context, then I'm also going to create a test client that's going to give us the ability to test our API. So I'll just come right here and say self dot. In this case, I'll say client. So I'm just going to call it client, and this is going to be our test client that's coming from our app. So I'll just say self dot app, and then I'll say dot. This case is going to be our test client. So right after creating our test client, then we're also going to create our database using the configuration that we defined in our configs. So right here, we actually configured our API to run with our test configurations. I'm going to go ahead and set up our database. So I'll have to inherit our DB instance or our SQLAlchemy instance. I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say from dot dot. So I'm moving to, actually this is going to be dot dot, 2 steps backward, and then we shall go to the utils folder. Then we shall access the DB module, and then I'm going to import our SQLAlchemy instance, which we named DB. So right after doing that, then we're just going to call db.create also that to create our tables. But remember, this time we're going to actually keep our tables in the database. In a database, which is actually going to be in our memory. So after doing that, I'm just going to come right here and I will say db.create all. So this is actually going to go ahead and create our database tables. And right after doing that, then I'm also going to go ahead and test our and write our tear down function that's going to run each time we are done with our test. So this is actually going to destroy our database tables, destroy our database, and actually set all these to none values. So after doing that, I'm going to just come right here, and the first thing we shall do is to destroy our database. So I'll say db dot, in this case I'll say drop all. So I'll just simply say that we want to drop all our database tables. And right after dropping all our database tables, and I'll come and as well set the app context. So I'll pop the app context. So I'll say self dot app. So in this case, it's going to be app context, and I'll say dot pop. And then we shall also set our app to none. So I'll say self dot app, and this is going to be equal to none. So right after doing this, then we shall also set our client to be none. So I'll actually come and say self dot client, and in this case, it's going to be equal to none. And right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and write our first test. So we're going to test our endpoint for our user. So let's go to our users view. So I'm going to go to our views of users, and I'll actually access those from our authentication. So I'll go to views.py within our authentication. And right here, we have all views specific to our authentication namespace. So the first view we're going to test is one for creating a new user or signing up. So what we have here is when we create a new user, we expect to save this user to our database as well as to return a 201 created status code. Now I'm going to come right here. So I'm going to close this for now. And what I'm going to do is to write a function. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll say def. And this is going to be a test. So I'm going to call this. So if you're observant, we are going to be writing our tests as functions that begin with test and then the functionality. So for example, in this case, we're going to test user registration. So I'll actually call it test user registration. And right after calling this, it's going to take in self. It's going to act on every object of our class. And then we're going to write the logic that's specific to testing that particular endpoint. Now, Flask gives us the test client that gives us the ability to make requests to a certain endpoint. So we're going to use our test client. Now I'm going to create a response variable, and this is going to be equal to the response that we shall get after using our client to make a request to the auth sign up route. So in this case, I'll say self dot. In this case, I'll say client, and then this is going to be a post request, so we expect to post. And then we have to specify the URL as our first argument. So in this case, our URL is going to be the URL that we actually make a request to in case we want to register a user. So right in here, I'm going to come to our views.py within our order, our auth. And then what I'm going to do is to copy our URL, which is on the slash sign up endpoint. So this means that our URL is going to be slash auth. Let me actually close this. So it's going to be on the slash auth slash sign up endpoint. And right after we have this, now let me check for clarity. So this is going to be on the slash sign up endpoint. And once we have this, then we are also going to pass in the data that you need to send as part of this request. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say data. And this case is going to be a dictionary containing the different data that we want to pass into this. So we're going to have a username. So let me actually say that our username is going to be a test user. Now we're going to also have, let's say, an email. So we're going to have an email. So I'll say our email is going to be test user at, so we shall say company.com, and then we shall also pass in our password. So in this case, I'm going to actually pass in our password, but it's going to be a password hash. So to save this as a password hash, I'm going to be making of Werkzeug's two security functions. So I'm just going to come right here, and I'll say from Werkzeug.security, I'm going to import our generate password hash function. So this is basically going to save our password as a password hash or an encrypted text. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to add our password. So actually have this as password. Now when you check this, so what we need to do is to actually send this to our database. So I'm going to say that what we want is to send this password as a hash. Let me actually send this data as our password. So this is actually going to be our password, and then we shall maybe pass in our password here. So let's actually first test this with our data. So I just come right here, and I'll specify that we are sending our data as JSON. And right now we're going to specify that our JSON is going to be our data. So the one thing that we need to test is by using our assert keyword. So the assert keyword helps us to test whether our values are as we expect them. For example, we can get our response status code here. We can say assert, and then you can say response dot. In this case, you can say status code, and then we equate it to, so we can be able to check if it's equal to a certain value, such as, so in this case we say 201. So when I save this, we expect to get an error in case this does not bring true. In case it returns false, we're going to actually return an error, or if it actually returns true, then we are going to actually have our tests passing. So we're going to go ahead and install Pytest. That's going to provide us with a test runner that's going to enable us to run this test. So I'm going to come within our terminal. So I'll go to our terminal right here. And what I'll do is to stop our server. I'm going to come and say pip install. So this is going to be Pytest. So I'm going to install Pytest within our virtual environment, and it's going to help us to actually run our tests. Now, after writing our test, we're going to go, after installing Pytest, Now that our PyTest has been installed, we're going to go ahead and basically add it to our requirements.txt file as well as run our first test case. So I'm going to clear our terminal with Ctrl L, and then I'll freeze this to our requirements.txt. So I'll say pip freeze, then I'll freeze this to our requirements.txt. And right after freezing this, then I'm going to go ahead and run our server again. So run with Python run server.py. And after running this, then I'm going to go ahead and run our first test case. So I'm going to actually stop our server so nothing is wrong. So I'll just come right here and run our first test case with PyTest. So this will look for all tests written within our test folder, just like we've written them, and then go ahead and run them. So when I run PyTest, it's going to collect all tests, and then it's going to run. So we have our test failing. So what we have is our assertion error. So it seemed like our database was created just like you see here, and our database was actually dropped, meaning that our setup and tear down functions are actually working. But we have an error in our code. So what we have is we actually have a 404 error, meaning that the route that we specified does not actually exist in our API. So I'm just going to come right here to our code and try to correct this. So we actually need to make this on the /auth/sign up. So this actually has no forward slash. So let's try to actually make this request again. So when I go to our terminal right here, I'm going to try to test this. So it's going to collect our test case. So right now we see that our endpoint is working. We can even go ahead and test if this user actually exists within our database. So for example, we can come to our code right here, and the first thing we're going to do is, because we've created a user, then expect that our database is going to have some users. So I'm going to come here and make a query that's going to actually check if a user exists. So I'm going to say user is equal to, in this case, I'm going to import our user model. So I'll come to the top of our code here, and then I'll come and say from dot. In this case, I'm going to say models, and we're going to go ahead and import our user model. It's actually located in models.user. So I'm going to come and import this. So I'll say user. And right after importing our user, then I'll come right here and basically query if this user exists, and then we shall actually check if some attributes of the user are actually the attributes of the user that we've created. So I'll come right here and say user dot query. So in this case, we're going to use dot query, and then we shall filter by. So I'm going to filter by the email. So in this case, I'm going to check if the user with this email exists. So if our email is equal to, so in this case, I'm actually going to copy the email we used when creating the user, and then I'll just come here and say that you want only one object. So I'll come here and use the assert keyword. So I'll say assert, and then in this case, I'll say assert user dot username. So this is actually going to be, so let's say you want to test if this user has the name of test user. So in this case, I'm going to say test user. So right after doing this, I'm going to save and go back to our terminal right here. So when I go back to our terminal, I'll run PyTest again. So when I run PyTest, it's going to collect all our test cases. And now we see that our user has been created. So this means that our test for user registration is actually working. Now let's go ahead and also test our endpoint for actually logging in a user. So I'm going to come right here on our code, and I'm going to write another test case. So I'm just going to come right here and write a test case. So I'm going to call this test login. So right here, we're going to actually take in self. And after writing this, then we're going to also use our test client to create our response. So I'm just going to come right here. I'll have the same lines of code. So I'll basically have the same line of code right here. So we're going to have our response. So right here, we're going to actually send this to /auth/login, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go back to our Swagger UI and refer to it. So our endpoint is actually /auth/login. So I'm going to come right here, and so in this case, we're going to send a request to /auth/login. So first we're going to have data containing our email and our password. That's going to come right here, and then I'm going to say that our data is going to be equal to, and in this case, we're going to have our email as well as our password. So I'm going to provide our email, which is going to be testuser@gmail.com. And then right in here, I'm going to go ahead and test. So I also provide our password. So our password is going to be password. So when we send this, we expect 200 okay status code if it has gone well, and we expect a 400 bad request if it has not gone well. So what I'm going to do is to actually make this request. So I'll come and pass an assert statement here. So I'll just say assert, and then we're going to assert if the response. So we're going to assert if the response status code so equal to 200, meaning that our request has been successful. And if it does not pass, then that means that our login functionality is actually broken. So I'm going to go back to our terminal right here, and I'm going to run PyTest. It's going to run our code. So right now our test has failed, and this is because we have a 400 error. So this means that our user actually does not exist within our database. So this means that our test is actually working because now we don't have this user existing in our database. So let's go ahead and also try to test some of our other endpoints. So I'm going to go to our code, and right here I'm going to go to our test orders.py. So I'm going to have the same procedure. I'm going to create a test case class that's going to help us to write our test cases, and we're going to actually tear down and set up our function, our database. So I'm actually going to import our unit test. Excuse me for this. So I'm going to import our unit test, and then after importing unit test, I'm going to create a class. So it's going to be our test case, and this is going to inherit from unit test dot test case. So right after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and set up our database. So I'm going to set up our tests. So actually this is going to be set up. So I'm going to remove some of this. So right here, I'm going to actually also remove this return type. Don't need it. So I'm just going to come right here and then state what we want. So I'm going to import our create app. I'm going to come right here and say from dot, we are going to import our create app function. Right after importing our create function, we're going to create an app based on this create function. So I'm going to say self.app is going to be equal to create app, and this is going to take in a config. So this config is going to be from our config dictionary, just like we did on our authentication tests. So I'm just going to come right here and say from dot. In this case, we're going to go to our config and then our config module, and then we're going to go ahead and import our config dictionary. So this config dictionary is going to have our key for testing. So I'll say config dictionary, and then I'll specify that you want the configuration specific to testing. Right after doing that, I'm going to go ahead and also set up our application context. So I'll actually remove that. So this is going to be self.app context. So this is actually going to be created from our app. So I'll say self.app.app context. So right after creating this app context, then you're going to push our app to the application context. So I'll say self.app context. So this is going to be push. And right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and also create our test client. So I'm going to say self.client, and this is going to be equal to our Flask test client. So I'll say self.app, and in this case, we shall have test client. And right after having our test client, then we're going to go and also create our database. So I'll import our models. So I'll just come right here and say from models orders, we are going to import our order model, and then we are also going to go ahead and try to also access our DB instance or our SQLAlchemy instance. So I'll say from dot, and in this case it's going to be our utils. I'm going to import, actually it's going to be from .utils.db, then we're going to go ahead and import our DB instance. So right after importing our DB instance, and I'll go ahead and use our DB instance to create our database. So to do that, I'm just going to come below here and say DB dot. So this will be DB dot create all. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. So once I save this, then I'm going to go ahead and create our tear down function. So our tear down function, so it's going to be tear down. It's going to take in self, and just within here, we're going to actually first drop our database. So I'm going to say db dot drop all. And right after dropping our database, then we shall set our app to none, as well as setting our application context to none. So actually, we shall pop our application context. So we shall actually pop application context, then also set our client to none. So I'm just going to say set our client to none. And right after doing this, then we're going to go ahead and write our test. So to do that, I'm just going to simply come right here and I'm going to say def. And in this case, we're going to test the route for getting all orders. Now, keep in mind that these routes are protected. So we need a JWT to actually access these routes, as you're going to see. So we're going to say test get all orders. So this is going to be for getting all orders. And in this case, we expect to get an empty list of orders since we don't have any orders. So I'm just going to come here and say it's going to check itself. And right here, we're going to use our application client or our test client to actually make this request. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to say that our response is going to be equal to self.client, and then I'm going to say .get. Since we are sending a get request, if we are sending a post request, then you'll say post, put, delete, and so on. So in this case, I'm going to have .get, and what we have is our URL for getting all orders. So when I go to our Swagger UI right here, that URL is for /orders/orders. So I'm going to write that. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll say /orders and then /orders. So right after doing this, since this is a GET request, what we need are the headers we're sending with this request. So keep in mind that this is a protected route, therefore we need a JWT to access it. So I'm going to create a JWT for a dummy user. So I'm just going to come and say that our token is going to be equal to, so I'm going to use Flask-JWT-Extended to create this token. And I'll come right at the top of our code and import our Flask-JWT-Extended. So I'll say from Flask-JWT extended, so we going to have import, and in this case we shall import the create access token. Sorry for this. So this is going to be create access token, and this is actually going to allow us to create an access token. So I'll just come right here and use our, we're going to use a dummy username to create, or a dummy identity in this case, to create our access token. So I'll say that our token is going to be to create access token. Now specify that our identity is actually going to be, let's say, test user in this case. So right after creating this token, then I'm going to also specify which headers I'm going to send with this request. So these headers are going to have the authorization header that will allow us to actually pass our JWT so that you can be able to access the content of that request. So I'm just going to come right here and say headers, actually going to be headers, and this is going to be equal to, so it's going to be a dictionary, and it's going to have a key of authorization. So this is just like we did in Somia while making the request. And then we shall pass right in here. So I'm going to call this an F string and shall have bearer and then our token. So this is going to be our token. So right after doing this, then let me correct this. So you need to have actually to pass this. So after passing our URL, then you can pass some extra arguments. For example, I can come right here and say that we are going to have our headers equal to our headers. So in this case, we're going to have our headers. Now after doing this, then we expect to get an empty list since we don't have anything in our database. Now to do this, I'm going to come and say assert. And in this case, I'll say assert that our response has, actually, we're going to check if our response.status code is equal to 200, meaning that our response is okay. And since we don't have anything in our database yet, we're going to also assert if it's going to return an empty query set. So to do that, I'm going to come and say assert response. So in this case, I can get whatever thing, for example, response.data, which is actually going to have the data of the response, is equal to an empty list. So when I save this, I'm going to go ahead and run our tests. So I'm just going to come to our terminal right here and I'll run Pytest again. So this is actually going to go ahead and collect our tests and run them. So right here, we have 2 tests failed and we have that one for getting all orders. So let's actually see what happened. So when you go right here, we have, so this is actually 400. So this is actually the one for 400, that's because of the errors we have, because we don't have any user existing with these credentials. Now also have one for our, so let's actually see, we have an assertion error, so test login and test orders, so we have our test failing. Let me actually check. So this is for test users. And now we have the one for testing all orders that's actually giving us that. So left contains 3 more items, first extra item. So basically we do not have any data here. So actually to access our data, what we needed to do is to access it with request. So I'll say response dot, in this case I'll say response dot JSON. So when I save this and try to run our request once again, I'll actually run our tests. So right now we see that only the test for our login is failing because we don't have a user. So let's actually try to create to actually fix this. So when I go back to our code right here, I can actually assert for it to be 400 since we do not have any error created, any user created in our database. So when I go here, I can actually assert our error to be 400, meaning that it's going to return a bad request error because then we don't have any user created within our database. So when I come right here, I'm going to run this. So run Pytest again. So right now it shows that all our 3 tests are passing. So let's go ahead and also test how we can create an order. So to test this, I'm going to go right within our order test. So right here in our test orders.py, I'm just going to come and write our test case for creating an order. So I'm just going to come right here and create this function. So I'll call this function test create order. And right after doing this, then I'll go ahead and say it's going to take in self. And right then I'm going to come and use the same thing like we've been doing. So I'll specify our data. So in this case, we're going to have a dictionary. So this dictionary is going to have the following. It's going to have the fields that is actually want when making a request for creating an order. So I'm going to go to our vis.py for orders and then be able to see those fields. So when I go to our orders within our views, we're going to go to our order model. So when I go to our order model, we expect a size, we expect an order status, we expect a flavor. So let's actually work on this. So when I come right here, I'm going to go ahead and do this. So when I go to test orders, we're going to have our size. So I'm going to come and say size. And then this is going to be, let's say, large. Then we're also going to have our quantity. So we're going to have quantity. And then we're going to have the quantity as, let's say, 3. Then we shall also have our flavor. So in this case, let's say any dummy flavor. So let's say test flavor. So once we have this, then we need to send this as part of our request. So I'm going to come right here and create a variable called response that's going to use our test client to make that request. So I'll say self. In this case, it's going to be self dot client and then dot post because we are sending a post request in this case. Then what you need is to send it to the URL. So our URL is /orders/orders. So right after doing this, then I'll go ahead and specify that our JSON in this case is going to be for true. So our JSON in this case is actually going to be the data that we send. And then we shall also need headers because this is a protected endpoint. Now I'm going to copy some of the logic we have here for creating a token. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. So copy this and then paste it right here. So I'll pass our headers within our request. So I'll just come right here and say that our data is going to be, our JSON is going to be data, and our headers, in this case, is going to be for true, our headers. So when I save this, then we're going to go ahead and use our response to assert if our test actually pass. So the first thing we're going to assert is whether our status code will be 201 created. So I'm going to say assert, and in this case I'll say if our response dot status code. So in this case we are checking if our response status code is 201. I'm going to say response dot status code is equal to 201, meaning that if our order has been created, then after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save. Now when I save this, I'll come right within our terminal right here, and I'm going to come and run our test. So right now we see that our order has been created because our tests are now passing. So let's actually see what we're doing here. So we actually have our status code running, so we can actually also check if our order has been created. So for example, I can come right here and say orders is equal to. So in this case, what I can do is to actually query for all orders. So I can say orders. Actually, it's going to be order dot query dot all. And right after doing this, I can come and say assert. And then what I can do is to assert for len of our orders or our objects in our query set. So I can say len orders. Len order is equal to 1. So right after doing this, I'm going to come and actually search for this. So let's say we wanted to get the length of our orders. So I can just come right here just to check if our database actually has some objects of type order. So I can say PyTest. It's going to run our tests, and now we see that our tests are actually running. So let's actually go ahead and see. So it seems like we are actually running only one test within our test order. So let's actually see this. So right now, we have a test order. It's actually an indentation error right here. So let me actually fix this. So when I'm going to indent this so that we have this on the same line, mistake that I did, and hoping that everything is fine now. We also expect this test case to pass. So when I go back to our terminal right here, I can come and say PyTest. And now we see that all of our test cases are passing. So this has given you a clue on how you can be able to test the Flask endpoints. So we've been able to cover how we can be able to write test cases with Unittest, as well as how to use PyTest to run our test cases.
At this point, we've been able to write most of our endpoints for orders as well as for our authentication. Now we're going to be able to basically describe what our API does using our Swagger UI. So the Swagger UI is automatically generated for us by Flask-RESTX, and the beauty is you can use Flask-RESTX to document it in detail. And this can happen using our Python code. So to do this, what we're going to do is to edit our views and basically add these using our namespace. We're going to add these documentations to every endpoint of our application using our namespaces. So the first thing I'm going to do is to add a title as well as a description to our API. So right here we have API, which is not actually the name of our API. So we're going to change this while providing a title. So I'm going to come right here, and what I'll do is to go to our API instance. So we're going to go to our init.py right here. And right here, we have a create app function, which is application factory. And we're also taking an API instance. So this API instance is basically coming from Flask-RESTX, and it's what Flask works with so as to use Flask-RESTX. So right in here, we get a lot of attributes. For example, we get the title. So this title is the title of the API on our Swagger UI. So I'm going to provide this and say it's going to be a pizza delivery API. Right after doing this, I'm going to add a comma. I also provide a description. So I'll just come right here and say that our description is going to be equal to. So I'll basically add our description, and let's say it's going to be a REST API for a pizza delivery service. So we're just going to say for a pizza delivery service. So I'm going to just come right in here and add this. And when I save, I'm going to go ahead and refresh our front end. So when you go back to our front end, I'm going to refresh, and right now we see pizza delivery API and the description for our API. So we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for our endpoint. So when you check our endpoints right here, we have our documentation that we created using our doc strings. Now we're going to go and basically add this description so that you can be able to add it and be able to view it within our API description. So I'm going to close this, and when I go back to our code, I'm going to go to our order views. So I'm going to start with that endpoint that helps us to actually get one order, get all orders, or retrieve all orders. So I'm going to use our namespace by saying at order namespace dot, in this case it's going to be doc, so it takes in the various arguments. So the first argument you're going to specify is going to be our description. So this description is going to tell us what this API endpoint does. So in this case, we're going to say retrieve all orders, and then we are going to go ahead and specify the description for another endpoint, which is the one for placing an order. So I'm actually going to take care of all the descriptions in our orders. So I'm going to just come right here and say at order namespace, then it's going to be doc. So right in here I shall have a description. So I'm just going to say description, and then right in here I can say that I'm going to have this as, so we're going to basically have this as a route for placing order. So I'll say place and order. So after doing that, I'm going to do the same thing for other routes. So for example, the one for helping us to retrieve an order by its ID. So I'll just come and say at order namespace dot doc. In this case, we're going to actually have our description, and this is going to be retrieve an order by its ID. So I'm just going to say retrieve an order by ID, and then I'm going to go ahead and also add the one for updating an order. So I'll just come right in here and say at order namespace dot, in this case it's going to be doc. So you're going to provide our first argument. It's going to be a description, and then this description is going to be for update and order. So I'll say given. So it's going to be given and order ID. So I'm just going to also do the same thing for our delete route. So I'll just come and say at order namespace dot, in this case it's going to be doc. So I'm just going to provide doc, and then here we're going to have a description. So our description in this case is going to be for deleting an order. So I'll say delete and order given and order ID. So I'll basically say given our order ID. So when I save this, and I'm going to actually document all of them, so I'll just come and do the same thing here. I'll say at order namespace dot, in this case I'll say doc, and in this case I'll also provide a description. So this is going to be a description, and right in here I'm going to have one for getting a user specific order. So I'll say get users, so this will be user specific order, so be specific order. And right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and also document one for getting all users orders. So I'll just come right here. I'll just say order namespace dot doc, and in this case I'll say that our description is going to be equal to, so in here I'm going to actually say that we're going to get a user's orders. So I'll say get orders of a user given the user ID. So I'll say the user ID. So right after doing that, I'm going to go to the last one, which is actually for updating an order status. And right in here, I'll say that we're going to have at order namespace dot, in this case we shall say doc, and I'm going to also do the same thing. So I'll provide a description. So our description in this case is going to be for updating an order status. So I'll say update and order status. So I'll say actually update and order status given the ID. So I'll say given the order ID. So I'll say order ID. So right after doing this, when you go back to our UI, we'll see that these descriptions have actually been added onto our Swagger UI. So when I go back to our UI right here and I refresh, so when you go to our orders right here, when I go to updating an order status, we're going to see that this description is now being added, which is nice. So when actually check the other routes, we're going to see update an order given the ID, place an order, so get all orders, get a user specific order. Now that you've been able to add these descriptions, we're also going to be able to add the different parameters
that we need when we actually making this request to certain endpoints. For example, when we are to retrieve an order by its ID, we need to pass the ID of that specific order as a parameter in our URL. So I'm going to come right here and we are going to add our parameters. So right now we see that our parameters part is actually empty. We don't have any parameters. So we're going to go ahead and look into how we can be able to specify these parameters on our Swagger UI. So to do that, we need to go to our code right here. So I'm going to go to where we actually start having our parameters, which is where we are retrieving an order by its ID. So I'll pass the second argument right here as our params. So this is actually going to be a dictionary called params. And this dictionary is going to take in a parameter. For example, in this case, we have the order ID. So we're going to say the order ID. And in this case, we're also going to pass in the description of what that parameter is. For example, I can say an ID, so I'll say an ID for a given order. So I'll say an ID for a given order. And right after doing that, I'm going to save, and after saving, I'll come right to our Swagger UI. So when I go back to our Swagger UI right here and refresh, when you go to that specific endpoint for getting a user an order by its ID, we're going to see that that parameter is actually added, which is the order ID. It's required, and then you have an ID for a given order, so you can be able to actually input it when you're trying out this request. So we're going to do the same thing for other routes. So I'm going to go to our code, and right here we have a route for actually getting updating an order. So we'll do the same thing. I'm actually going to copy the params dictionary right here, and I'll paste it right within our documentation. So I'll just come right here and say our params. Then you have an order ID, and this is going to be an ID for the given order. So I'm going to save, and then go to the one for deleting, which is also going to take in the order ID. So I'm going to add that as well. Now, after adding the params dictionary, I'm also going to go and basically add params to our getting a specific order route. So here we have two parameters, which are the order ID as well as the user ID. So I'm just going to come right here. I'm going to add the first ID, which is our order ID, and then I'm going to come and also specify that we're going to have our user ID. So the user ID is going to be a user's ID. So in this case, we're going to have a user's ID. So after saving that, I'm going to come right here and do the same thing. So I'll just come right here. So here we have a user ID. So I'm just going to come, paste in our params. So here we're going to actually have a user ID. So in this case, we're going to have an ID for a given user. So right after doing that, I'm going to go ahead and also document our last route. So in this case, we're going to have one that has an order ID. So I'm just going to add our params. And now it seems like we are sorted. So when I refresh and go back to our Swagger UI, so when I refresh, we expect to see these changes. So when I go to our orders, we can see that our order ID params have been added. So we can also look at our get a specific user route, which has both the user ID as well as our order ID. So now this is actually working. So what we need is also a way for us to be able to authorize users that actually access certain endpoints. For example, if we went and got all orders right now, and you say try it out, when you execute this, you actually see that you are being told that you are missing an authorization header. So using our Swagger UI, we should be able to send these requests as well as to be able to see the response and the status codes. So to do this, we're going to go ahead and set up our authentication or our authorization schemes or our security schemes. So that is actually also going to be done within our API instance. So I'm going to go back right here, and within our API instance, we're going to go ahead and specify which kind of security and which kind of security scheme we want to use. So the first thing I'm going to do is to add, so I'll say authorizations. And in this case, I'm going to create a variable called authorizations. So I'm going to go ahead and create this. So I'll just come right here at the top and say that we're going to have our authorizations. And in this case, we're going to define our security scheme. So we want our security to be bearer auth. So we need to actually authorize with bearer and then JWT, the JWT or the API key in this case. So I'm going to specify this by saying bearer and then auth. So we're going to basically use bearer auth in this case. Now this is also going to be a dictionary. So the first thing we shall have to specify is the type of authentication we want. So in this case, we're going to say type, and in this case, we're going to say that our type is going to be the API key. So we need to specify this as an API key. Now I need this API key to be located within our header. So I'm going to say in, and then I'm going to specify where I want this to be passed. So we need to pass our JWT in our authorization header. So I'm going to say header. And then I'm going to come and also specify the name of that header. So in this case, it's going to be the authorization header. So I'll say, in this case, I'll say name. And the name of this is actually going to be our authorization header. So I'm going to come and say authorization. Actually, it's going to be authorization. Right after specifying this, and we need some sort of description to help users who are going to actually use this Swagger UI to know how they are going to pass their JWT. So I'm just going to come right here. I'll add a description. And this description is going to be add JWT. So I'll say with. So this is actually markdown. So I can do something like star, and then I can actually go ahead, which is going to be a heading. So I can just say bearer, and then I'm going to use the greater than and the less than sign, as we're going to see. So in this case, we need the less than sign first. So I'll say this is going to be and less than. So this is in markdown. So I'll actually write in here. I'll say JWT, and then I'm going to also say at greater than. So this will be the greater than sign. So to authorize. So here it's going to read as add a JWT with bearer JWT to authorize. So I'll just basically say to authorize. Actually, it's going to be lowercase. So I'll say to authorize. And right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and save. And right after saving, now we can be able to expect to authorize without bearer or in our front end. Now I'm also going to add one thing, that basic one attributes to our API instance that's basically describing the kind of security scheme we're using. So I'm just going to come right here and say security is going to be equal to, so I'll just basically add bearer auth. So after saving this, we expect to see our authorization on our UI. So when I go back to our UI, I'm going to refresh. When I refresh right now, we see that our authorize button has been added. So when you go around here, we see that our API endpoints are now protected with a padlock. And now let's try to actually get a user actually log in and get a JWT so that we could authenticate. So I'm going to do this to actually create a new user. So I'll first try to get a new user. So I'm going to go to the sign up route. So I'm going to try this out. So I'm going to provide a username. Let's say Jonathan. So when I provide the email, so this is going to be jonathan35@gmail.com. We're also going to have a password. So in this case, let's say our password is going to be password for now. Now when I try to execute this, we are going to get our user created, so 201 status code. So now we are safe. So I'm going to try to log into this user so that we acquire the JWT pair. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll go to the login route. So I'll come right here and try it out. So we're going to have our email. So right in here, our email is going to be jonathan35@gmail.com. I'm going to have a string password. So I'm just going to have password. And when this is fine, we're going to go ahead and execute. So when you execute this, we get an access as well as a refresh token. So I'm going to actually get this access token I mean. When we get this access token, then I'll use it to authorize. So I'll just come right in here. So what I meant was actually having add JWT with bearer and then JWT to authorize. So I'm just going to come here and say that we're going to have bearer and then our authentication key or our API key. So I'm going to authorize, and when I authorize, we now see that we've been authenticated. So we're going to try to actually access a protected route, for example, that route that helps us to get all orders. So I'm just going to come right here and I'll say get all orders. So I'm going to try this out. So when I try this out, we can actually access our routes that are now protected. which means that we are being able to operate into our Swagger UI. Now that we've built our API, we're going to go ahead and deploy it to Heroku, which is a platform as a service tool that allows us to deploy our APIs in a very simple way. So we're going to be using GUnicorn as our HTTP server in production. Now let's point over to our production configuration. So I'll go to our configuration within config and in the config module. And I'm going to change our production config. So we have 3 classes for test as well as our development config. Now we're going to go ahead and change our production config. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'll actually copy both of these variables right here, the SQL database URI as well as the SQLAlchemy track modifications. So after copying them, I'll remove my first statement. I'll copy them, paste them. So what we want to do is to read our database URL as an environment variable. So since we are using Python decouple, this is going to be easy. So I'm going to change our database config. I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is that we're going to read our config. So I'll say config, and then I'll set this to database URL. Now after doing this, I'll leave our SQLAlchemy track modifications to false. Now another thing I'm going to do is to change our debug to an environment variable. So to do that, I'll just add debug. So this will actually be debug, and this will be equal to config, and then you shall say this is going to be our debug value from our environment variables. But what we shall do is to cast this to a boolean, since we are going to read it as a string. So what I'll do in this case is to say cast is going to be equal to bool, since we want it as a boolean. Now after doing this, I'm going to save, and after saving, then I'm going to head over to our init.py, and then we set up our application. It's actually going to be within our run-server.py. So when I go to run-server.py, right now we have our application instance right here, which is the instance that's going to run our app. So we can use this instance to basically tell it that this is the configuration we're going to use, and in this case I'm meaning the production configuration. So this create app function takes in the config, and by default our configuration is the one for development, just like you can see right there. So what we're going to do is to set up this application instance so that you can be able to use it with our production config. So to do that, I'll just come right here and say from API. So I'm going to import our config dictionary, which we have right here. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is say from API.config, then .config, I'm just going to import our config dictionary. And right after importing our config dictionary, now I'm going to go ahead and point to our application config for production. So I'll just come and say that our config, in this case, is going to be equal to config dictionary, and then we shall access our configuration for production. So our configuration for production has the key of production. So I'll just come right here and add it. I'll say production, and then we are good to go. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And after saving this, we're going to go ahead and set up our Heroku app, which we're going to use to deploy our entire project. So I'll just come to Heroku right here. This is my dashboard, and these are the number of apps I have. So all I'll do is create a new app. And right after creating a new app, we're going to choose a name for this app. So I'll just come right here and say, so this is going to be Flask. So let's say we're going to call it Flask API. So this seems to be taken, so we shall try something like Flask Pizza Delivery. And this seems not to be taken, so we shall create this app. So right after creating our app, we're going to go ahead and set up our remote database. So we're going to be using PostgreSQL in our database, in our production environment. So what I'm going to do is to head over to our resources, and within our resources, I'm going to go ahead and configure our add-ons. So right here we have a search form for add-ons. So I'll just come right here, and what I'll do is to search for Postgres. So we have the first as Heroku Postgres. So the beauty is Heroku Postgres is free, and we can be able to use it in our apps. So what I'll do is to submit this order form. And after submitting this order form, then we now see that our Heroku database has been attached and it's free of charge. So I'm going to head over to our settings. So I'll just come to our settings right here. And within our settings, I'm going to go to reveal config bus. So right now we see that you have our database URL and it is in this form of Heroku Postgres. So after doing this, then what we're going to do is to also set up our database URL as we're going to be using Flask-SQLAlchemy. So the first thing we're going to do is to be able to change our URL from the format that's given to us by Heroku to the format that Flask-SQLAlchemy works with. So there has always been a problem whereby we are given a URL by Heroku, but then you cannot be able to use it in our Flask-SQLAlchemy database configuration. So I've come across this help on the Heroku website, and they advise us to change our URL in such a format so that we can be able to use our URL efficiently with Flask-SQLAlchemy. So I'll come to our application code right here, and what I'll do is to be able to change our database URL using the code you've given us. So I'll head over to config, and what I'll do is to come right at the top of our code. So I'm going to be making use of this code. So what I'm going to do is to come right here, and what I'll do is to change this. So I'll just come right here and say I'm going to paste what we have here. So what we have is actually getting a database URL from an environment variable, and if it starts with Postgres, then we have to change it to PostgreSQL because that's the format that's supported by Flask-SQLAlchemy. So I'm going to change this. So right now for us we're using Python decouple, so I'll just come and change this to config, and then we shall have our database URL. So instead of using database URL as our SQLAlchemy database URL, I'm going to change this to something like our URI. So I'm going to actually get the value of our URI, and I'll set it to our SQLAlchemy database URI. So I'll just come right here and change our URI to our SQLAlchemy database URL. So after doing that, then I'm going to go ahead and create a Git repository, as we're going to be using GitHub to be able to commit our code as well as to enable automatic deploys. So what I'm going to do is come to the terminal right here and make sure you have Git installed. So I'll just come and say Git init. So this is going to initialize or create a Git repository within our project. Now we're going to be able to use Git to deploy our application to Heroku. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to come right here. So we have a .ignore file. So this .gitignore file is a file that allows us to ignore some files and not push them to our application production or to GitHub. So I'll just come right here, and then I'll come to our Chrome. So I'll just search for .gitignore. So I'll search the one for Python. And this is going to give us all the stuff that you may need to neglect while committing to GitHub. So I'll just come right here and look for the python.gitignore. So the Python gitignore has all this, so I'll just come and copy everything from this file. And after copying everything, I'm simply going to paste it within our .gitignore, and we are good to go. So after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and commit our file. So I'll just come right here and I'll say git commit -name. So I'll provide that message. The message is going to be, let's say, initial commit. And right now we have to actually stage this for committing. So I'll just come and say git add all. So after adding them, I'll then commit. So I'll just come right here and commit our code. So after committing this, then I'm going to go ahead and also check for our requirements. So right now we have been able to create a Git repository within our code. Now we're going to go ahead and set up our Heroku configuration. So I'm going to come to our project folder, and then I'll create a new file. So I'm going to create a new file, which I'm going to call the pro file. So a proc file is simply a file that will allow us to actually run our server in production. So it simply contains that command that enables us to run our web server in production. So right now we're going to be using Gunicorn, which is our HTTP server that's going to allow us to run our application in production. So I'll just come right here and first install Gunicorn. I'll actually go to my terminal right here. So I'll just say pip install G unicorn. So this will go ahead and set up G unicorn within our environment. So we're going to install G unicorn. And after installing G unicorn, I'm going to pre-freeze it to our requirements.txt. So I'll just come right here and click freeze to our requirements.txt. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and basically set up our configuration. So I'll just come right here and say web, and then write the command that's going to run our application using JUnicorn. So I'm going to say JUnicorn, and then I'm going to look for the app instance. So we have our app instance in our run server.py. So I'll call our app instance by calling our module, which is run server. So I'm just going to say run server, and then I'll specify that what we want is our application instance, which is app, and that is our app instance right here. So after doing that, then I'm going to go ahead and save. So right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and also provide some of the other necessary requirements that we need for our application to run on Heroku. So I'm going to start with our requirements.txt. So the requirements.txt contains just a list of all the dependencies our project runs on. So I'm also going to go ahead and install the database driver that's going to allow our application to work with Postgres. So I'll just come right here and I'll say pip install. So this is going to be, this name I can't read well, so it's actually going to be G2, install the binary. So this is going to allow us to run Postgres with our Flask-SQLAlchemy. After setting this up, it seems like I already installed it. So I'm going to go ahead and also freeze it to our requirements.txt. I think we have it. So if I say pip list, so it seems like we already have it right here. Yeah, it's already installed. So I'm going to go ahead and set this up. So I'll just come right here and I'll add. So we have our requirements.txt file. So I'm also going to create another file that's going to tell Heroku which version of Python you want to use. So in this case, I'll just come and create that file right here, and I'm going to call it runtime.txt. So I'm going to specify a version of Python. So I'll just say Python. So when I come right here and say Python, so we have Python 3.10. So I'll just come right here and say Python 3.10.0. I'm going to save this. And right after doing this, I'm going to go ahead and also set up our, so we have our runtime.txt, we have our profile, we have our requirements.txt, we also did ignore everything. So I'm going to come right here in our .env, and I'm going to change to actually put this in our production environment variable. So I'll begin with our secret key right here. And when I go back here, I'll go to our application and then to our settings. So right here in our configuration variables, I'm going to add our secret key. So I'm going to get a value for our secret key. So I'm just going to say Python, and I'm going to use secrets. So I'll say import secrets, and then I'll generate our secret key by using token X. So this will generate a hexadecimal value that we're going to use as our secret. So I'm just going to come right here and I'm going to copy this. So I'll paste it right in there and then add. I'll do the same thing for our JWT secret key. So I'll just come right here and run the command again. So I'll copy our JWT secret right here and then I'll paste it there. So I'll say JWT secret key. So I'm going to actually generate this random hexadecimal string again, and then I'll paste it right in here. So I'll add it. So after adding it, then I'm going to go ahead and close this. So after setting this up, remember that we also set up our production configuration variable. So for example, if we go to our debug, we'll set it up to be an environment variable. So I'll just come right here and also say that we're going to have our debug. And in this case, we shall set our debug to false. So I'll say false. So this is going to be a string that shall be read as a boolean because we cast it to a boolean. So I'm going to go ahead and add this. So after adding this, then what I'll do is to basically go ahead and create a Git repository where we shall going to add our code. So I'll come to our GitHub, so I'll say github.com, and then I'm going to go to my repository, so I'll add a new repository. So I'm going to call this Flask. So I'll actually say Flask Pizza Delivery API. So it seems like this is our name that exists. So I'll give it a description. This is a REST API. So I'll say this is a REST API for pizza delivery service. So I'll say pizza delivery service. And then I'm going to go ahead and create this repository. So after creating this repository, I'm going to copy our remote URL. So this is a remote URL to our Git repository. And then I'm going to set it up so that you can be able to use a remote Git repository. So after copying this URL, I'm going to come within our VS Code. So I'm going to set this up by saying git remote. And I'm going to say remote origin. Actually, it's going to be remote add origin. And then I'm going to paste in our remote URL. And after adding our remote URL, then we're going to go ahead and also rename our branch. So I want to use our main branch as the main branch or as the master branch. So I'll just come right here and say git branch, and then I'll rename it to main. So after renaming this to main, then I'm going to go ahead and push our code to GitHub. So to do that, I'm actually going to come right here. So it seems like we have some changes that we haven't committed. So I'll state them by saying git add all, and then I'll say git commit, and this is going to actually be Heroku. Let me actually say Heroku commit. So after doing this, then I'm going to go ahead and basically push this to production. So I'll do that by saying git push u, and then I'll specify that our origin is going to be the main branch and our remote repository. So this is actually going to push our code to GitHub. Alright, so now that our code has been pushed to GitHub, we can be able to access it to our GitHub. So what we're going to do is to connect our GitHub repository to Heroku and then do deployments from our GitHub. So I'll just come right here on our app on Heroku. So I'll go to the deploy section or the deploy tab, and then I'll go to GitHub. So right here, we are going to be told to search for the repository to connect to. So I'll just come right here and say Flask. So this is actually going to be Flask Pizza Delivery. I'm going to search. So it's actually going to be our repository for Flask Pizza Delivery API. So I'm going to connect to this. And after connecting to this, then I'm going to go ahead and enable automatic deploys. If you have some CI/CD, you can even basically configure it from here. And I'm going to also first deploy this. So I'm just going to come right here and say deploy branch. So right now we can even view our build log. So I'm just going to go to view build log. So now we see that our requirements are actually being installed. So now application has been deployed. So when you go to open app, so right now we see that our UI has been actually deployed. So let's actually check if our database is working. So to do that, I'm just going to come to our Flask Delivery API. Then I'm going to go to more. So right here, I'm going to go to more, and then I'll go to run console. So the bit is you can be able to run our bash console in the web interface. So I'll just say Heroku run bash and then run. So right now we have our bash terminal. So in ls, we see our application code right here. So I can actually go ahead and create a database. So let's say I'm going to export our Flask app. Shall we say export Flask app? So I'm going to export our Flask app to our run server.py. This is actually going to be our run server.py. And I'm going to come and say Flask and then shell. So right now we see our Python console has been open, so we can actually view our order model. We can even view our user model. Now to check if our database is actually working, what we're going to do is to say, I'm just going to create a simple query. So I'm going to say order.query.all. Right now we see that the table has not actually been created. So let's see our relation orders does not exist. So to fix this, what we're going to do is create our table. So I'll just do that by simply saying db. So we have our db instance as well. So I can say db.create all. And this is going to go ahead and basically create our database table. So if I come here and say order, right now we can see our order model. So if I query, let's say order.query.all, let's actually see. So current transaction is aborted until the end of transaction block. So let me actually first exit this. So I'm actually going to save Flask shell again. And let's say if I try to query for our order, so in this case I'll say order.query. So it's going to be query. Then I'll come here and say .all. So right now we see that we have an empty list of orders. So if we do the same thing for users, so I can say user.query.all. So right now we have an empty list of users. So after doing this, then I'm going to just come close the console. So I'm just going to come right here, and what I'll do is to head over to our deployed API. I'm going to refresh. When I refresh right here, we have our order routes. We also have our authentication route. So let's try to create a user. So I'm going to come and sign up, and I'm going to try this out. So I'm going to provide a username. So let's say I'm going to provide a username as test user, and I'm going to provide an email as well. So let's say our email is going to be test user123@gmail.com. I'm going to come and provide a password as well. So the password in this case is going to be a password. So let me actually provide a password of password123. So after doing this, I'm going to come and execute this. So right now we see that our user has been created and we get a 201 status code. So right after creating our user, then I'm going to go ahead and basically try to authenticate. So I'll come to our login. So I'm going to go to our login endpoint. And when I come to our login, I provide our email. So our email is going to be test user. So I'll actually see from here. So we actually created the user as test user123@gmail.com. So I'm just going to come and say at gmail.com. And right now I'm going to come and also provide our password. So our password is going to be password. So let me actually see the password that you provided. So the password was password123 as well. And I'm going to go ahead and execute this. So when I execute right now, we see that our access token and our refresh token have been provided. So I'm just going to come right here. I'm going to copy this code. The access token. And then I'll come and authorize. So I'll come right here and provide this. So I'll say bearer. And then our token. So I'll come and authorize. So let's try to actually access a protected endpoint. So I'm going to try to query for all orders. So I'm just going to come right here and get all orders. I'm going to try this out. So right now we see an empty list or an empty query set returned to us, which means our stuff is working. So I'm going to try to create an order. So I'll place a new order. So I'll just come and try this out. So I'm actually going to say, I'm going to have, let's say, size small. So I'll actually add our flavor as well as our quantity. So let me actually try this. So let me actually try this out. I'm going to try this. So I'm actually going to create my own JSON object. So in this JSON object, I'm going to come right here. I'll specify that our size is going to be, let's say, medium. And then I'll come right here, and what I'll do is to also specify that our quantity. So I'll come right here and say our quantity is going to be, let's say, true. And then I also provide, let's say, our flavor. So let's say our flavor is going to be equal to, let's say, chicken, whatever flavor. Then I'm just going to come right here and close our JSON object. So let's try to send. So when I try to send this, right now we see that our order has been created. So let's say if you wanted to actually get all orders, so when you get all orders, right now when you execute, you can be able to see that our order has been added to our database. So in this video, we've been able to deploy our API to Heroku. We've also been able to look into the different things such as setting up our database in production. Thank you for watching, and if you like this series of videos, please leave a like, comment, tell me what you feel about this whole thing, and please don't forget to subscribe. I'm really grateful. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos. Bye.